Chapter 1990, Asking to be Humiliated. Ma Tongguang had already walked back, though he could not bring himself to face Ling Han and his group. However, when he saw Xu Yaring, his eyes involuntarily lit up. This woman was also very beautiful, and had a sharp bearing, just like an ultimate divine sword that had been unsheathed. Others would subconsciously want to avoid her sharpness. This kind of aura was really too amazing and captivating. Ma Tongguang's heart throbbed wildly. He had only seen this kind of aura in some mighty figures, yet now it had actually appeared on a woman in the severing mundane tier. This was inconceivable. More importantly, this woman clearly was extremely antagonistic towards Ling Han. The enemy of an enemy was an ally. He immediately walked over and said, "I am Ma Tongguang from the Western Celestial Realm. I have also concocted a few alchemical pills, and am presently a 3-star alchemist." Awesome, wasn't it? Not only was he a prodigy of cultivation from the Western Celestial Realm, he was also a 3-star alchemist. These two factors compounded together made the halo of light above him even more brilliant and blinding. Xu Yaring swept an eye over him, and quirked her lips in a clearly disdainful manner. She was a high and noble celestial king who had reached the height of 7th heaven in the past. Did she have to pay any attention to a minor severing mundane tier monarch tier or a 3-star alchemist? Those that were worthy of her attention could only be true prodigies of cultivation such as Yi and Ling Han. "Scram," she declared coldly, her voice icy. Fuck. Ma Tongguang couldn't help but curse internally. Why is everyone from the Eastern Celestial Realm so arrogant? Could it be that they have not heard that I have come from the Western Celestial Realm, and am a 3-star alchemist at that? "You are too condescending," he said, and brazenly attacked her. Previously he had experienced a great loss fully in public. If he did not hurry and regain some face, how was he supposed to face others in future? Furthermore, he considered himself a cultivator of the Western Celestial Realm in all aspects, showing a strong sense of superiority. No matter what, he could not allow himself to end up in such a dejected state. Xu Yaring was originally angered already, and now she was involuntarily even more enraged. With a wave of her slender hand, she too used a celestial technique, greeting Ma Tongguang's own attack. While one Xu Yaring was naturally no match for the combined might of the Empress and Hunyo, she had been a celestial king in her last life, and that was much stronger than any other ordinary monarch tiers. At the time, even Ling Han could only manage to be her equal in battle prowess. How was Ma Tongguang supposed to match that? He was indeed a monarch tier, and had come from the Western Celestial Realm, where the overall level of strength was stronger, but there were naturally stronger and weaker monarch tiers in the Western Celestial Realm. At least, he definitely could not be ranked amongst the strongest in the Western Celestial Realm. He should only manage to match Yan Xianlu. This was very impressive, but to fight with Xu Yaring, a reincarnated celestial king? No way. In about 100 moves only, Ma Tongguang had already fallen into a disadvantage, and after 500 moves he clearly looked like he was going to lose, and after 1000 moves he was already in a panicked frenzy. Seeing this scene, everyone only felt contempt. Without enough strength, why was he pretending to be a wolf? How humiliating. Even Lu Xianming felt a little embarrassed. At least for now he was still Ma Tongguang's subordinate. Now that his master had lost face, it was embarrassing for him as well. "For the sake of Su Huanxiang, I will spare your life," Xu Yaring reprimanded softly, sending Ma Tongguang flying once more. However, she did not follow up on her assault and kill him. Instead, she stopped her attack coldly. Peng! Ma Tongguang fell heavily onto the ground, feeling his chest burn fiercely, and his face was hot with shame. However, what he felt more was shock, because the Su Huanxiang that Xu Yaring had spoken of was his founder. Su Huanxiang was a legendary character of the Western Celestial Realm, succeeding Dao with the means of an alchemist. She was both a 5-star alchemist and a celestial king, and was a 4th heaven existence at that. There was even hope of her breaking through to the 5th heaven, 6th heaven, or an even higher cultivation level. But judging from Xu Yaring's tone, not only did she know of Su Huanxiang, they were even familiar with each other. Impossible. Even he had not seen the founder many times, so how could this mere severing mundane tier from the Eastern Celestial Realm have met her? "You really are being too boastful, aren't you?" But what need did she have to deceive him? "Who exactly are you?" Ma Tongguang asked. Xu Yaring did not bother to answer, 3 words clearly written on her expression: "You are unworthy." Ma Tongguang was very hurt, and could only walk gloomily to one side. Fuck, why were all the women from the Eastern Celestial Realm so powerful? Scram, you are blocking my way. Just as he sat down on a rock, a voice rang out from behind him. It was very cold and proud, and held an arrogance that could not be described with words. Ma Tongguang was displeased now. I was sitting here minding my own business. If you were passing by, couldn't you have just walked around me? How much fuck space would I have taken? You are seeking death, Wu. Ma Tongguang had just said a few words when he felt a grip tighten around his neck. Then, his whole person was completely lifted off the ground, and then his body became light and was sent flying. In midair, he could only see a tall, broad-shouldered figure barging into his vision like a mountain, exuding an endless, overbearing air. Ma Tongguang was once more stuck into the woods, his limbs sprawled out. He struggled out with an expression filled with shock, repeatedly coughing out blood. First, it was black as ink, and then it became bright blood, which ultimately became golden. One blow, it had only been one blow, and he had sustained a serious injury. Though he had indeed underestimated his opponent, no matter how far he had underestimated him, it could not conceal the fact that there was a massive gap in strength between the two of them. My gods, is the Eastern Celestial Realm going to become heaven-defying? How was it that anyone that popped out could easily thrash him? Shu Yaring's pupils shrank as she exclaimed softly. That tall, broad-shouldered man turned around, showing a face that was wild yet filled with charisma. His black locks lay disheveled around his shoulders, looking a little unkempt, but it made him possess a charm that was even more confident and laid back. It was the number one prodigy of the wide prosperity heaven whose power even overwhelmed the two reincarnated celestial kings, Shu Yaring and Tang Minglong. His strength could not be described. And what surprised Ling Han was the fact that one of his pupils was golden, while the other was silver, emanating a devilish charm. What is it? You decided to sleep with me? He looked at Shu Yaring, showing an incredibly devilish grin. Shu Yaring's pretty face involuntarily tensed. This man was wanton and unbridled. He clearly had incredibly astonishing natural talent for cultivation, but did not have the slightest demeanor that was befitting of a future grandmaster. His devilish air was bursting at the seams. You have finally appeared, she said, looking at Ling Han again. If he had managed to appear at the Three Blooms Valley, then even if he had not been able to stop Wuming, he would at least have managed to stop Ling Han, and preserved some lives of the wide prosperity heaven. The situation would not have been like it was now, where all their monarch tiers were practically all dead. Why have just these few people come from the wide prosperity heaven and calm peace heaven? A long bout of laughter was heard, and a man with lanky build appeared, dressed in black robes, his face handsome. So weak. Do these two heavens even have the need to exist? Why don't they just merge into our three capitals heaven instead? Another man appeared. He was covered entirely with fur and was not dressed either. Instead, multiple chains wrapped all around his body. In any case, he had a lot of fur, so there was no need to worry about the problem of going naked. The wide prosperity heaven had risen up for just 100 million years. This was a very short amount of time in the celestial realm. The majority of their prodigies were still maturing, and their reputation had yet to spread. Thus, in the eyes of the other heavens, these two heavens were just like the dispelling cloud heaven, all of them being incredibly and extraordinarily weak. And from the look of things now, that was indeed the case as well. The other heavens had a great number of competent people, but there was just a pitifully small number of monarch tiers from the wide prosperity heaven and calm peace heaven. He showed a devilish grin and turned to look towards those two men. You two pieces of trash, do you guys want to die? Chapter 1991, A hint of shock appeared on the black-robed man's face as he looked at with a disbelieving expression. What did you say? Brother Xingyuan, he said the two of us are trash, the furred man remarked with a laugh. The two of them exchanged a look and erupted into laughter. This was really too amusing. A cultivator from a weak heaven actually dared to say that the two of them were trash? If they were trash, then what others would be? Worse than trash. I, Luo Xingyuan, am ranked 9th among the severing mundane tiers of the three capitals heaven. The black-robed man pointed at his own chest, his expression filled with pride. The three capitals heaven was a heaven that was ranked in the middle echelon. Since he was able to rank 9th in this heaven, Luo Xingyuan's strength was naturally incredibly strong. It was no wonder that he would be so confident. Bin ranked 10th of three capitals heaven, the furred man declared. Not interested. He waved a hand, his expression incredibly condescending. What a truly arrogant guy, the furred man Sherbin said coldly. Then just kill him. A malicious killing intent rose from Luo Xingyuan. Right, just kill him. Sherbin strode out. Peng, his foot had clearly just landed softly on the ground, but the whole ground itself was shaking wildly. This was a true prodigy, capable of shocking the heavens and shaking the earth. He was trying to gain the upper hand with a show of strength, deliberately exerting pressure on Yi. Come quickly. Sherbin is going to make a move. This is a monarch tier ranked 10th in the three capitals heaven. Whichever of the surrounding heavens he is in, he would not be weaker than the strongest prodigy there. Who is his opponent? He is going to be in big trouble now. That may not be the case as he is Yi, the number one prodigy of the wide prosperity heaven. That's right. Still, the wide prosperity heaven is too weak. They rank the lowest in the eastern celestial realm, together with the calm peace heaven and dispelling cloud heaven. Even if he is the number one monarch tier, just how strong could he actually be? And I too think better of Sherbin's chances. Me too. Those around them all discussed the situation avidly with each other. After the Yang Soul Ocean opened, it was inevitable that a great battle would erupt among the masses. Only the one who was the most outstanding could obtain the greatest rewards from the heaven and earth, and cultivate the strongest Yang Soul. Thus, even if two people did not meet the entire time, they were actually still rivals, just that they were not exchanging actual blows, but pitting their good fortune against one another. He showed a mocking grin, and when Sherbin's palm strike reached him, he suddenly moved. As his large hand stretched out, it turned into a colossal hand, multiple regulations turning into chains that enshrouded over Sherbin. Sherbin's expression changed drastically. As a monarch tier, he was naturally incredibly proud, but if he could not even distinguish the strength of his opponent, he would not have been worthy of being a monarch tier, but should rather be called a great and absolute idiot. 3 moons bright flame, he uttered lightly. Boom, an immortal flame rose up from his entire body, turning into a seal of great Tao that moved to suppress Yi. The bright flame celestial king's technique? He bared his mouth in a grin. The giant hand did not shrink back in the slightest, but rather continued to grab out at Sherbin. Pum. The two of them had completed the first exchange of blows. A momentary stalemate appeared, and then they immediately began an intense battle. Pung 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 pung. They both moved quickly, and in an instant they had exchanged a few dozen blows. So fast. Everyone felt everything was a blur to their eyes. They could not tell who had the upper hand and who was in a disadvantageous position at all. Gods, is that really someone from the wide prosperity heaven? How could he possibly be so strong? Even if he lost to Sherbin, his name would be worthy of spreading throughout the entire celestial realm. I really had not imagined this, so the wide prosperity heaven actually still had such a powerful monarch tier. Don't you guys forget. The wide prosperity heaven has quite a number of 8th heaven celestial kings, and which of them had not been prodigies that crushed all the peers of their generation when they had been in the severing mundane tier? True. However, in front of the madman, everything would be useless. The madman is too powerful. That's right, and someone actually said that the madman had lost to someone called Wuming. This really is too hilarious, but is it possible? Just as they were discussing spiritedly, a figure streaked past them. The battle had been decided. One person had been sent flying out, and he landed heavily into the mountain rock, no sign of him left to see. Who was that? Because he had sunk into the rock, they couldn't see, but this did not cause any problem for them, because they only had to see who was the one that was still standing. It was Yi. This incredibly devilish young man had actually defeated Sherbin. Oh gods. They all couldn't believe this, but facts spoke louder than words. This was heaven-defying. How could the young generation of the wide prosperity heaven possibly be so powerful? He did not laugh out proudly, still looking very unconcerned and casual, as if the person he had defeated was not the monarch tier ranked 10th in 3 capitals heaven, but rather an unimportant nobody. But it was this kind of lack of concern that was even more shocking. Are you the next one? He stretched out his hand, pointing at Luo Xingyuan. A hint of humiliation and fury rose up from Luo Xingyuan. He really wanted to fly into a rage, but he suppressed the urge. His rank was indeed higher than Sherbin's, but it was only just a single rank higher. His strength was not all that much higher than Sherbin's. Against Yi, the possibility that he too would lose was much higher. Then what need was there for him to ask to be humiliated? Though refusing the challenge was a little embarrassing, How could losing in public be any better? He showed a devilish grin and said, "Scared now? Too bad, you two really should not have trifled with me." Xiao, his figure charged out. "Who cares if you want to fight or not?" He made his move directly. This time, the strength that he showed was even more powerful. It was like the battle just now was just a warm-up, and only now had he gotten serious. He really was very strong. The regulations of the Great Tao turned into many divine chains that moved to wrap around Luo Xingyuan. That was definitely comparable to 3-star level celestial tool, and against Yang Soul or even Yin Soul, it possessed a powerful destructive ability. Luo Xingyuan called Yi a maniac internally. How could it be that such a terrifying prodigy would appear in the wide prosperity heaven? This was practically illogical and completely unimaginable. But his opponent had already charged towards him, so how could he not accept the challenge? The battle instantly reached its climax. Unfortunately, Luo Xingyuan was quickly beaten to the point that he could only parry and defend, firstly because Luo Xingyuan's fighting spirit had not been high at the start, and secondly because he was indeed too strong. Everyone inhaled sharply. Yi's strength was something that they had not been able to imagine at all. So the wide prosperity heaven actually had this kind of monarch tier. However, this should only be a rare individual. Those like the calm peace heaven and dispelling cloud heaven should not have this kind of super genius. After battling a while longer, Luo Xingyuan was sent flying with a punch from Yi, and this time Yi's killing intent was flourishing. He was about to set out in pursuit, wanting to kill Luo Xingyuan, but the latter had used an escape technique, directly fleeing through instant teleportation. Who else is there? Yi's killing intent had not found its outlet. His golden and silver eyes were as bright as the sun. After he swept his eyes over those around him, he suddenly charged out. He actually committed a random massacre without caring if it was right or wrong. Peng 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 peng. His battle prowess was incredibly strong, and wherever he charged, multiple human figures would be sent flying. There was practically no one that was a match for him. Some were even insta-killed at his hand, their blood pooling all over the ground. He was indeed a maniac. The madman couldn't even compare to him. You've gone crazy. Shu Yaring hurriedly charged out, wanting to stop Yi's unbridled massacre. Otherwise he could just go berserk, but other prodigies could also come and commit a random massacre in the wide prosperity heaven. Then the whole world would be in complete chaos. There were some rules that everyone had to adhere to. He did not reply to her at all. His golden and silver eyes shone ever brighter. Suddenly, his eyes became fixed on Ling Han and his group, and he charged towards them. Chapter 1992, The Two Greatest Monarch Tiers. This was a lunatic and also a lunatic whose strength was powerful enough to drive anyone to despair. Even if it was Yen Xianlu that was matched against Yi, he would probably be killed in 3 to 5 moves. The so-called heaven-defying freak was referring to this kind of monster. Yi charged over, seals of great Tao flickering in his golden and silver eyes, just like a demonic god that could destroy the heavens and obliterate the earth. Regulations took the form of karmic flames that burned brightly behind him, enshrouding the entire expanse of the skies. Twin Eyes World Destruction. Hunyo's expression was solemn. This was an extremely rare display of emotion for her. And Ling Han too looked serious. To be able to make Hunyo become so serious, he was definitely no ordinary character. However, though he had unanswered questions, he still charged out. This kind of opponent was rare to come upon. Boom. Ling Han greeted his assault with a punch, clashing once with Yi. Endless regulations clashed and shattered, incredibly dazzling with their brightness. Under everyone's focused gaze, Ling Han and Yi stood 30 meters opposite each other. They both maintained the posture of having delivered a punch. They clearly had not had a physical clash, but the power of regulation was rippling from their fists, causing neither of them to be capable of advancing an inch forwards. Was this an even match or just a temporary stalemate? The two of them roared at the same time, and both respectively exerted even greater battle prowess. Peng, they sent each other flying backwards. Shio, the two of them simultaneously flew dozens of meters back, and then they immediately steadied their footing, both standing on air. This really was an even match. Gasp. Just how could this be possible? Even Luo Xingyuan and Sherbin have been defeated. This Yi's strength must definitely be incredibly frightening, but this man actually managed to tie with Yi. That person has come from the calm peace heaven and his name is Ling Han. Furthermore, he is also an alchemist. It is said that he has once given a lecture, and is respected as a grandmaster by innumerable alchemists. What, an alchemist would actually be capable of matching a cultivation emperor? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Are the calm peace heaven and wide prosperity heaven about to stage a comeback? To actually have two heaven-defying and world-shaking freakish prodigies emerge from them at the same time. And there is also that mysterious Wuming. It is said that he has also come from the calm peace heaven and wide prosperity heaven or thereabouts. Everyone was grabbing their head and exclaiming in shock. The three heavens, the wide prosperity heaven, calm peace heaven, and dispelling clouds heaven were the weakest. This was a publicly acknowledged fact, and it had already become habitual belief to them. But now, some characters like Ling Han and Yi had suddenly popped up, which had completely turned their usual beliefs on their head, so how could they adapt to this new reality? Great, great. Ling Han laughed loudly, his fists turning into a rain shower that pelted madly at Yi. His eyes were also shining. This was the fierce burning of his fighting spirit. Interesting. Meanwhile, Yi's lips quirked up in a devilish grin. As his hands shook, they actually turned golden and silver as well. He could control Great Tao with only a casual move, its might boundless. Pum. After this clash, Ling Han was blasted back forcefully, looking like a shooting star. Defeated, Ling Han has been defeated. That's what I said. How could a small heaven like the calm peace heaven possibly produce two super prodigies consecutively? This is what should be logical. Everyone nodded. This was what was in accordance with their understanding. However, in the next instant, their eyes bulged as they were shocked to the extreme. That was because Ling Han had steadied his footing with a somersault, and was charging back here with 10 times the might of before, after which he sent Yi flying with a punch of his own. He was not to be outdone either. He immediately steadied his figure and threw back a counter blow at Ling Han. Ping ping ping. The two great prodigies clashed, the scene incredibly intense. This was a clash of great Tao as well as a clash of the Tao that these two young men had cultivated, as they wanted to suppress the other and become the strongest. They were both at the fifth severance, and had cultivated the fifth severance to the extent that they could not advance an inch further. Thus, their battle prowess was naturally terrifying without end. Moreover, this was still under the condition that neither had used any of their trump cards. For example, Ling Han did not use Nine Heavens Flame, Xianin Source Water, or the power of the Black Tower, the power of Divine Fetus, and was only using his own strength to battle fiercely with Yi. Shio. Their figures were as fast as lightning, and even Fourth Severance Emperor Tears could not catch sight of their tracks, and could only estimate them based on the remnants left behind by the great Tao of their battle. Too strong. Too powerful. Everyone was numb with shock, feeling coldness overwhelm their bodies. There was actually such a strong severing mundane tier existing in this world, and it was not one at that, but two. In fact, these two freaks had come from small places like the wide prosperity heaven and calm peace heaven. Inconceivable, unacceptable. Even Xu Yaring was completely at a loss. In her last life, she was a seventh heaven celestial king, and had good insight and broad horizons. Someone like Ma Tongguang was not even worthy of a single glance from her. But now she had to admit that when she had been young, she had been far from being as strong as this. Even now that she had reincarnated and was cultivating from the very beginning again with her experience as a celestial king as her foundation, her battle prowess was still no match for these two young people. Unless she used her own trump card, and only then would it be possible for her to be able to kill these two young men. She couldn't help but think of Wuming. When that lord had been young, he had been this kind of existence that drove all monarch tiers in the world to hopeless despair. Being born in the same generation as he was practically a tragedy, as they would be nothing compared to his brilliance. Now, that lord had reincarnated and was cultivating from the beginning again. Furthermore, this was done deliberately, so it had to be for the sake of becoming stronger. Thus, this lord should be able to suppress both Ling Han and Yi steadily. In fact, even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to match him either. Xu Yaring's gaze involuntarily became firm. That lord possesses great intelligence, great determination, and great resolution, and had actually given up his ninth heaven celestial king tier body, and reincarnated to cultivate from the beginning again. Since that was the case, he definitely had to have absolute certainty to become the strongest monarch tier that was truly invincible among his peers. Ha 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 ha. Ling Han laughed loudly. As punch after punch rained down, he felt like he was having his heart's content, as if something was about to break out of his body. Yet at the same time he felt like there was something missing and it could not be realized. You can break through to the Yang soul tier at any moment, but will first have to capture the soul fetus, and split out a part of your spirit to be able to continue, Small Tower said. Ling Han nodded. The dividing soul tier was called thus because one would have to split out one spirit, and the 4 levels of the dividing soul tier meant that one would have to split his spirit 4 times, and this was not something that could be done at will. He would have to draw on the power of heaven and earth. Thus, if one wanted to break through to the Yang soul tier, he definitely had to enter into the Yang soul ocean. Peng. The 2 monarch tiers exchanged blows once more, both shooting backwards in retreat, and drawing out a distance of close to 300 meters between them. You are worthy of becoming my friend. He did not make any further move, but instead nodded at Ling Han, showing a hint of certainty. Ling Han grinned and asked, "Are you sure that I too wish to be your friend?" "I'm sure. You are the same kind of person I am." He bared his mouth in a grin, looking very devilish. Ling Han had no choice but to admit that though this man was very crazy, he was filled with a unique charisma. Ling Han was not the type to be sloppy either, and immediately nodded and smilingly said, "My name is Ling Han." The 2 of them exchanged a look, both laughing out loud at the same time. Their expressions were very pleased, as if they were already good friends that had known each other for many years. Chapter 1993, Wuming has arrived. The 2 of them were battle maniacs, and now they had formed a friendship through their battle. However, he was definitely not the kind to be very cordial. After waving a hand at Ling Han, he sat down at one side as if he was a fossilized rock. Though he had become quiet, not one person dared to come near him, fearing that he would go berserk again. Meanwhile, Ling Han returned to Hunyou and the others and said, "What the heck is the Twin Eyes world destruction?" In legends, in times of chaos, a person born with golden and silver eyes would appear, his left hand controlling space, while his right grasped time. He would either bring order out of the chaos, or would completely bury this chaotic world, Hunyou explained. Ling Han was astonished and asked, "Which also means that this kind of person is born capable of controlling the power of time and space?" "That should be the case." Hunyou nodded but then spread out her hands. Niu isn't very sure either. They all pop out of nowhere for no reason, which makes Niu very troubled. Meanwhile, bewitching Maiden Ro looked enviously at Hunyou. That was an inherited memory. One who possessed the memories of an ascending origin tier or even celestial king, which meant possessing the supreme brand of a great elite, would practically be soaring through the cultivation levels. There basically would not be any kind of barrier appearing. What was even better was that one could enjoy the comprehension of cultivation of a great elite, yet he himself could maintain his own individuality and a complete personality. This was the best thing about it. Some people had gained a fateful encounter, and obtained the memories left behind by a great elite, which would include the brand of cultivation, but it would also have the lifetime experiences of that great elite. Then, when the endless experiences surged over you, it could very easily make you confused and incapable of distinguishing whom this memory belonged to. Then a great change in temperament could possibly occur. Ling Han glanced at Yi again. Previously, when they had been fighting intensely, he had not used the 2 regulations of time and space. Obviously, the previous Yi had not been in his strongest battle mode. A smile quirked up the corners of Ling Han's lips. He too had not used his full power, and had not revealed any of his trump cards. He hoped that they would battle again soon. Furthermore, it had to be a full power battle when they could both battle to their heart's content. On the other side, Tongguang's eyes were staring fixatedly, his legs shaking. At first, he had wanted to find a chance to kill Ling Han after entering into the Yang Soul Ocean, but after witnessing the battle between Ling Han and Yi, he naturally dismissed this idea. Who would be killing whom? To say nothing of the fact that Ling Han and Hunyou and the Empress might not separate, but even if they did, would he be any match for Ling Han? That would only be suicidal. He couldn't help but feel despondent, and even his expression had become lifeless. Just think, he was a cultivator of both alchemy and cultivation, excelling in both. Even in the Western celestial realm, which was filled with talented people, there were not many that could be his equals, but when he came to the Eastern celestial realm, it seemed like the first person he met had already surpassed him. Ling Han's strength in cultivation was stronger, and in terms of alchemy he had not become a 4-star alchemist, but was already respectfully addressed as Grandmaster, which was proof of his natural talent in alchemy. This made Tongguang very crestfallen, and his killing intent also overflowed. Without getting rid of Ling Han, he would not be able to rest or eat in peace. Even if he couldn't get rid of him now, it was fine. He could kill him after returning to the Western Celestial Realm. That would be his territory. What? The strongest monarch tier had such power that even a heaven soul might not be able to kill him? That was fine. There was no lack of the Immortal Palace tier and Ascending Origin tier elites in the Western Celestial Realm. He only had to offer a high enough reward, and it was guaranteed that there would be someone willing to kill Ling Han for him. Tolerate. Now he could only wait for the Yang Soul Ocean to open, and after breaking through to Yang Soul, he would be able to return to the Western Celestial Realm. By then Ling Han would fall straight into his hands. Let's see if I won't get you killed. Ling Han swept an eye over him from afar, sneering internally. It looked like he should deal with this person to prevent him from scrambling around in front of him and causing trouble. Suddenly he experienced a feeling of extreme discomfort, and turned to look in a specific direction. Simultaneously, the Empress and Hunyo also stood up at practically the same time, and on the other side, Yi suddenly snapped his eyes open. A streak of golden light and silver light shot out, as if they could reach the ends of the celestial realm. My lord. Shu Yaring leaped out, falling into a half-kneeling position, incredibly respectful. A man in fluttering white robes appeared, his demeanor incredibly carefree, as if he was untouched by mortal affairs. Ji Wuming. Ling Han's eyes narrowed slightly. The present Ji Wuming was considerably stronger than he had once been again, and Ling Han was completely incapable of estimating his strength. Yi's strength was flamboyant, like a fiery flame wanting to incinerate the heavens and earth, but Ji Wuming was more reserved. Upon first glance there was nothing special about him, but if one took a longer look, one would be able to increasingly sense how terrifying the other party was. Ji Wuming was like a massive ocean that had unfathomable depths. No one knew just how strong he was or to what extent. Ji Wuming smiled slightly at Shu Yaring and raised his hand slightly. Only then did Shu Yaring stand up, and she stood respectfully behind him as if she was a female attendant. No, to be more accurate, she was more like his guard, just like how a soldier would guard her general. But a noble celestial king would actually become a guard. What battle would need so many celestial kings to appear on the scene, and even a seventh heaven celestial king was only worthy of becoming a soldier. Ji Wuming's eyes glanced over. First, his eyes paused longer on Ling Han, and then he spotted Yi. Especially when he discovered Yi's golden and silver eyes, his lips parted slightly, showing a hint of a smile. He was just like a hunter who had spotted prey. Ling Han possessed a treasure he needed, and Yi had the bloodline he needed. These two people, he was going to take both of them for his own. You looking at me like this make me very displeased. He spoke up, provoking Ji Wuming directly. So what about it? Ji Wuming asked smilingly. I'll beat you up. Yi's figure flashed, and there was only an afterimage left on the huge rock he had been perched on. Meanwhile, he had already appeared in front of Ji Wuming, and had already shot over a punch. Ji Wuming made his move, and very casually sliced a hand at Yi's punch. All this looked extremely slow, yet it had actually reached its target before Yi's fist did. End power of time? Yi released a low grunt of surprise, which was followed by a cold smirk. Do you think that you are the only one who has grasped the power of time? His golden eye shone brightly. Countless stars were born, but they instantly exploded and died. It was as if his whole person had become an empty image. He was clearly standing right there, yet seemed like he did not belong to this plane. Shio. One after another, many Yis appeared. In an instant, more than a dozen of them had appeared, and each shot out a fist that crashed towards Ji Wuming. Plucking your own self from the past and future so that you can join forces in the present time? Ji Wuming said, slightly intrigued. The one who possesses the twin eyes of destruction is indeed extraordinary, being capable of grasping even this kind of forbidden power. One is already frightening enough, but now there are a dozen of them. Moreover, every single one is the true self, but aside from the present self, all the other selves do not belong to this time and space and cannot be killed. There is practically no solution to this. Ji Wuming seemed like he was making a commentary. Though he said that there was no solution, he did not show the slightest hint of being troubled in his expression. Instead, he tapped out with a finger. Boom, the whole heaven and earth were trembling, and everything had disappeared from existence, leaving behind only this single finger that split apart the heaven and earth, as if it had opened the sky and struck the earth, bringing all the vicissitudes of eternity. Your power of time is indeed impressive and is practically irresolvable, but this finger of mine can split open the heaven and earth and create a new world. There must be a world first to have regulations form later. Then this finger of mine suppresses the power of time in terms of level. Boom. The finger flicked past, and those more than 12 E's suddenly swayed and then disappeared, leaving only a single one behind. Chapter 1994. Yang Soul Ocean opens. Ling Han's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Wuming had indeed become stronger, and it was not just by a bit either. If Ling Han was to clash with the other party now, it was probably his chances of falling into a disadvantage that would be slightly higher. Only falling into a disadvantage. With the toughness of his physique and his freakish recovery abilities, as long as they continued fighting, then the one who would be laughing last would definitely be Ling Han, and not Wuming. He was slightly startled, and then his golden and silver eyes shone brightly, turning into two tiny suns. His fighting spirit soared high as he charged towards Wuming again. This time, countless blades of air sliced out as he moved his hands. One hand controlled time while the other commanded space. Wuming's expression did not change in the slightest. He was just as calm and unhurried as he had been. He flicked out a finger, sticking to the same move in response to the changed assault. Boom, one finger suppressed all, and all the air blades were shattered. What an impressive power of divine fetus, I will accept it. Wuming gave a battle cry, and finally took the initiative to move as he surged towards E. With his full effort, E instantly fell into a disadvantage. What? Everyone felt their hair standing on ends just by watching, numbed by shock. Everyone had seen clearly just how strong he was. He had defeated the two great monarch tiers, Luo Xingyuan and Sherbin, consecutively, but he had fallen into a disadvantage after exchanging just a few blows with Wuming. With this comparison, Wuming's freakishness was clearly visible. Could it be that it was true that the madman was defeated by Wuming? It really is possible. He is too strong. How could there be such a frightening monster in this world? Everyone were exclaiming in shock. This had once again revised their perception of prodigies. So there really were some people that could be as strong as this, that even top-grade monarch tiers could only despair in hopelessness. Only Shu Yaring's expression was filled with pride. That lord had been a 9th heaven celestial king all those years ago, and to become a 9th heaven celestial king, how strong could he have been when he had been in the severing mundane tier? One could very objectively say that though Ling Han and Yi were presently incredibly powerful, and would also become celestial kings in the future, it was still a question of what heaven they could attain in the celestial king tier. Could be 4th heaven, 5th heaven, 7th heaven, or 8th heaven, but it was incredibly and extraordinarily difficult to become a 9th heaven celestial king. It could be said that in his last life, when Wuming had been in the severing mundane tier, he already possessed battle prowess similar to that of Ling Han and Yi. But more importantly, Wuming had chosen to reincarnate and cultivate again from the beginning. With the experience of a celestial king to again complete the cultivation level of the severing mundane tier, just what kind of heights would he be able to reach? No one knew, and no one would be able to imagine. He naturally was an unyielding character. The stronger his opponent was, the stronger his toughness would be, and he displayed astonishing battle prowess. He had fallen into a disadvantage, but if Wuming wanted to truly defeat him, it was not something that could be accomplished in a short while either. Hong Long Long, the Yang Soul Ocean, or rather that small lake, suddenly began to bubble and brew, as if it was water that was close to boiling point. Furthermore, this water had initially been dark blue, but now it was showing a bright myriad of colors. The Yang Soul Ocean has opened, someone suddenly shouted. This was no secret. At least half the people here had come before, though there were some people that did not break through the last time, and there were others that had not made the breakthrough after 2 or 3 tries, and some people had not made the breakthrough even after several hundred or more than 1,000 tries. Boom. Wuming and Yi directly brought their battle into the ocean. Even if they had already sunk a few hundred miles deep in an instant, there would still be occasional shock waves rising from battle surging from beneath the water. Even against Emperor tiers, they possessed great destructive power. Let's go. Firstly, Ling Han wanted to continue watching the battle between Wuming and Yi, and secondly, he had also heard Ma Tongguang say that the person who managed to enter first would be able to gain even greater rewards. With Ling Han pulling the women with him, they entered into the Yang Soul Ocean with a leap. At their side, Yen Xinlu also took a leap, and behind him was Ma Tongguang. He hesitated slightly before also leaping downwards. Lu Xianming immediately followed suit. He had heard Ma Tongguang's words as well. The person who entered first into this space could possibly be rewarded with greater gifts from the heaven and earth. Though it was called an ocean, it was actually pitifully small, but after they swam downwards for almost 1,000 miles, this passage widened. Ling Han realized that there was no need to use his own power, as an underwater flow was bringing him downwards. If he did not make the effort to resist, his speed would become faster and faster. If a sharp object that was at the level of 3-star pseudo-divine metal or above suddenly appeared below, then even if the majority of people boosted their defenses to the maximum, they would still be immediately crushed to bits. He spread out his arms, wrapping around all 3 women. Naturally, the heavenly phoenix divine maiden had long since entered into the Black Tower. She hadn't even broken through to the severing mundane tier yet, and there was not the slightest bit of meaning in her taking risks here. Another 3 days later, splashing sounds were heard, then with a tong they actually dropped into a great ocean. This really was a huge ocean, expansive without end, and there was a waterfall above their heads that was presently bringing them in an endless downward surge. The entrance to this Yang Soul Ocean was actually a waterfall. Could not be imagined. A waterfall flowed for millions and millions of miles, and what it connected to was actually an incredibly massive underground space. The heavens were indeed the greatest of creators. Ling Han and the 3 women channeled their cultivation techniques, and stepped on the surface of the ocean. However, they could no longer increase the height they were standing at, because once their feet left the water's surface, a frightening pressure would assault them, forcing them to drop down into the water. So this is the Yang Soul Ocean. Ling Han cast his eyes farther, and saw that a considerable number had already surfaced. Stepping on the water, they raced quickly and vanished completely in an instant. Both E and Ji Wuming had disappeared, and who knew just how far they had taken their battle. Or perhaps they had temporarily called a ceasefire, and both went their separate ways. In the distant skies, a rainbow hung like a colorful bridge. No light source could be seen here, yet it was incredibly bright. To break through to Yang Soul Tier was actually very simple, and that was to hunt down living creatures in this huge ocean. The marine creatures here would produce an item called Yang Soul Stone, and a divided soul could then be housed in a Yang Soul Stone. When it broke out of the stone, it would have become a Yang Soul. Yang Soul Stones varied in purity and size. Of course, the larger and purer, the better, and to house one's divided soul, there were requirements on the size and purity of the Yang Soul Stone. It was not just any random Yang Soul Stone that could be used. But what if it was not big or pure enough? Was fine. One could refine it on his own, melding several smaller Yang Soul Stones into a large one, removing the impurities and turning it into a treasure. Of course, after refining, it would definitely be inferior to what was naturally formed. Additionally, the Yang Soul Stones could not leave the Yang Soul Ocean, so don't even think of having others transporting it for you. Furthermore, even if it was taken out, it would be useless. The hatching of the Yang Soul would also need the special environment of the Yang Soul Ocean. Come on, let's start hunting. The 4 of them set out, heading to the deepest depths of the great ocean. There were marine creatures everywhere, so there was no need to go to any specific location. Thus, it was naturally a very casual affair, and they could go anywhere they wished. After only a short while, the ocean's color suddenly changed. At first, it had been dark blue, but now it became purple. Upon closer look, it was not that the ocean waters had changed in color, but rather it was because a large school of fish had come. These fishes were very strange. They had long noses looking like those of elephants, and their scales were very thick, just like the hide of a crocodile. Nyo goes. Hunyo charged out. Peng, she shot out a punch, and splashes of water instantly filled the air, while a massive hole appeared on the ocean's surface. The fishes were surprised, and they all turned in the opposite direction to swim downwards. It was only a mere instant, and the purple ocean waters immediately reverted to dark blue. This blow from Hunyo had actually been completely ineffective. Chapter 1995, Gaining Yang Soul Stones. So strange. With Hunyo's strength, at least a few thousand or tens of thousands of fish would have to die from this strike, but now, to say nothing of a single one dying, not even one had been wounded. Ling Han replayed the previous scene in his mind, every single detail appearing to his mind's eye. Involuntarily, a hint of surprise appeared in his expression because when this punch from Hunyo landed, the whole surface of the ocean was bearing her strength, and it rapidly spread in all directions and toward the deepest depths of the ocean bed. Hence, even if Hunyo was a peak stage 5th severance monarch tier, her punch had only created a water hole of 300 meters in diameter and about 90-odd meters in depth, but did not kill even a single fish. Water was the gentlest. Ling Han's mind couldn't help but wonder. If water had this kind of unique trait, then could regulations of water be used in this manner as well? Wah, where's Nio's fish? Nio wants to eat fish. Hu Nio howled in anger. In her eyes, breaking through to Yang Soul Tier could be done easily, but food was the most important thing. She wanted to eat every day and at all times. Let's search again, Ling Han said with a chuckle. They continued their advance, and after only a while, another school of fish appeared ahead of them. Using 2 fingers like he would a sword, Ling Han shot out a flash of sword light. This strike seemed to be very casual, yet had drawn upon the sword intent of the heaven-destroying 9 swords, and had the regulation of slaughter as its base, so its destructive power was incredibly terrifying. The sword light reached its target, but only created a boundless ripple on the ocean's surface. As for fish, still not one had died. Even the sharpness of sword chi was incapable of slicing into the great ocean. Looks like we would have to enter into the ocean to be able to kill these marine creatures, Ling Han said. If they made a move on the surface of the ocean, the destructive power would be absorbed by the ocean. This whole ocean itself was like a shield. The 3 women nodded. Everyone stepped through the water's surface and entered into the ocean waters. They continued their advance, and not long after, a massive school of fish appeared ahead of them again. Every fish was a myriad of colors and extremely beautiful. The 4 of them moved at the same time, charging towards the school of fish. This time, the ocean waters would no longer provide protection for the school of fish. Under the combined forces of 4 great elites, the school of fish was soon annihilated. Eat grilled fish. Eat grilled fish. Hu Nio said happily. It was rare that anyone could refuse her requests. Ling Han smiled, entered into the Black Tower with the 3 women and began the barbecue. To say nothing of Hu Nio, Ling Han was actually also a foodie himself. When he saw something new, he would definitely not be thinking of studying it, but would rather want to take a bite and have a taste. Very soon, an aroma wafted out and all 4 of them twitched their noses. Meanwhile, Hu Nio was even drooling while holding a pair of chopsticks in each hand. Clearly she was going to use both hands and eat to her heart's content. Come on then. The 4 of them began to share the food. They had only taken 1 bit and felt like the fish melted directly in their mouth. It was so delicious that it could not be described. Delicious, really very delicious. It is indeed very delicious. The 4 of them enjoyed the food very much, and after devouring all the fish, a small stone could be seen at the fish's head. It was even smaller than a grain of rice. This was the Yang Soul Stone. They had eaten at least 100 fishes, but added together, the Yang Soul Stones were even smaller than a peanut. To encase a divided soul, it would have to be a Yang Soul Stone that was at least the size of a fist. Furthermore, it had to be a single whole and not an assorted bunch like this. Though it could still be refined and purified, it itself was only as small as this. After refining, there would probably be nothing left. Even added together, there wouldn't be much change either. Thus, a Yang Soul Stone of this size was only a piece of trash without the slightest use at all. Continue. The 4 of them advanced. Though they had met quite a number of schools of fish, it only satisfied Hu Nio's palate. The Yang Soul Stones that they had gained were all pitifully small. In this 1 month, there was no change to the schools of fish they encountered, and they were all the same. Looks like it would be very difficult to get acceptable Yang Soul Stones near the ocean's surface. We can only go deeper, Ling Han said. Let's go down then. They swam towards the ocean bed, and after swimming for half a day, a massive octopus appeared in front of them. It was completely green and looked translucent. Every tentacle was as long as 300 meters, and its 8 tentacles were spread out as it floated around in the ocean waters. This should be a big guy. Ling Han charged out, and with a wave of his right hand, he sent out a strike of slaughter. Unlike the previous schools of fish that could only flee, this big guy immediately raised a tentacle to parry the incoming attack. The moment contact was made with the sword light, its tentacle was sliced off, and green blood immediately gushed out. But the might of this strike from Ling Han had also been exhausted. The large octopus's head throbbed as if it was raging. Shwa, a long tentacle shot over, stimulating the regulation of water, its might soaring. Ling Han laughed and raised his fist to greet the incoming assault. He similarly stimulated the regulation of water. This was one of the 3 great regulations that he had the greatest grasp over. As they clashed, ripples surged out, but this great ocean was incredibly amazing. Every single drop of water could share the attack. Thus, only a slight shock wave surged out. Yin Soul Tear. Ling Han made his judgment. However, it's stronger than ordinary Yin Soul Tear. It can extract the regulation of water inside this great ocean, and dispel the majority of force from any attack it sustains. Its own battle prowess, however, is not that strong. Fighting in this great ocean was equivalent to the large octopus having Ling Han's physique. Thus, even if its battle prowess was not especially strong, wanting to kill it was still very difficult. No matter how difficult it was, they still had to kill it. The three women all moved. Bewitching Maiden Ro was only there minding her own business. How could a fourth Severance Emperor tier possibly be any match for this octopus? Realization dawned on Ling Han. No wonder Dividing Soul tier was so hard to break through to. Only Monarch tiers would be able to handle an opponent like this giant octopus, but just how many Monarch tiers would there be in any heaven? The majority would only be able to kill some tiny fish, and hope that many little drops could make an ocean. If it was still not enough, that would mean that they had come for nothing. They would have to wait for the next time it opened. This large octopus was indeed very hard to kill, but Ling Han, the Empress, and Hunyo had all cultivated the regulation of slaughter, and had grasped the heaven-destroying 9 swords. This destructive power was too powerful. The three of them working together had managed to slice the giant octopus into bits. Hunyo stowed the giant octopus away happily. This was a delicacy, and Ling Han had found a Yang Soul Stone that was about the size of a fist in the giant octopus's head. It had a yellowish color. It can accommodate a divided soul. Ling Han nodded and laid the stone on the palm of his hand. With a slight tremble of his spirit, he instantly felt like his spirit was about to leave his body. The Yang Soul Stone could be considered as a mind in a different sense of the word. After countless years, everyone had naturally summed up the rules. The Yang Soul Stone that could successfully accommodate the divided soul had to be about the size of a fist at least. At the same time, it had to be yellowish in color. If the standard could not be met, then more Yang Soul Stones would have to be fused together for refining and purifying. However, the larger the Yang Soul Stone was, the better. This directly influenced the strength that a cultivator would have in the Dividing Soul tier. Hence, one had to be very careful, and there was completely no need to rush things and use the first one that could be used. Ling Han stowed this Yang Soul Stone away. Their team battle prowess was too strong. They were completely capable of obtaining more, bigger, and purer Yang Soul Stones. They continued downwards. Occasionally they would encounter a marine creature like the giant octopus, and would only be able to take it down after a tough battle, so it'd provide a single Yang Soul Stone for them. Ling Han also refined the Yang Soul Stones in a moment of free time. After he had fused 100 yellow Yang Soul Stones, the purified stone suddenly shrank drastically, and its color was inclining more towards green. The more Yang Soul Stones he fused in, the greener the purified stone would be. When he had fused a total of 200 Yang Soul Stones, the purified stone had become pure green. Its quality had improved again. Chapter 1996. Venturing Deep into the Ocean. According to the information that Ling Han had obtained, there were a total of 7 levels of Yang Soul Stones. From bottom to top, they were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Which also meant that the Yang Soul Stone had to reach the 3rd level to be able to accommodate a divided soul, or it would shatter in the process of hatching. That would naturally mean that breaking through to the Dividing Soul tier would end up in failure. No wonder breaking through to the Dividing Soul tier was so difficult, because one would have to kill a powerful great living creature the likes of the giant octopus. That was a Yin Soul tier level existence, and even a 4th Severance Emperor tier could only flee if they met with this kind of creature. Thus, aside from Monarch tiers, they could only kill small fish, and hope that many little drops could make an ocean, which made breaking through to Yang Soul tier extremely and incredibly difficult. After the Yang Soul Ocean opened, it would stay open for a period of time before closing. However, it would only be a few hundred years. The time was not definite. The shortest time period had only been over 100 years, and the longest time period had reached as many as 700 years. To obtain yellow Yang Soul Stones in the longest time period of 700 years was already very difficult. The 4 of them continued to charge towards the ocean bed. Clearly, the deeper they went into the giant ocean, the stronger the creatures they encountered would be, and the Yang Soul Stone they obtained would also be bigger and purer. However, when they reached a certain depth, The pressure in the ocean also increased to a frightening extent. Water was most gentle, but at the same time, it was also the strongest. With endless water pressure crushing down on him, even Ling Han was gritting his teeth slightly. What was strange was that even though they had come all the way down here, they could still see the seven-colored rainbow above the ocean's surface, and the light reflecting downwards caused even the inner depths of the ocean to be brightly lit. A stream of water assailed them, causing Ling Han and his group to sway slightly. They all grasped which direction the stream of water was flowing from, and then looked towards their left side. A colossal creature had appeared ahead of them. This was a massive lobster. Its green outer shell was also translucent, and one could clearly see the veins and organs in its body. At the same time, there were also multiple seals of great Tao, as if it was not just a living creature, but rather an enormous vessel that just looked a little strange. The giant lobster had also caught sight of them. Its two massive eyes that looked like lanterns exuded a menacing coldness. Immediately, it changed direction and charged towards the four of them. Shua, a huge pincer snapped over, multiple seals lighting up on it. Those were regulations of metal which added endless destructive power to its attack. Ling Han stretched out a hand and this massive pincer snapped over his wrist. The giant lobster showed a hint of cruelty. This was a dividing soul-tier creature, and even if it had been born in such a bizarre place and had only thought about bloodshed, its intelligence was not the slightest bit low. With this snap, such a puny human would definitely have his hand severed. The pincers closed in, but the expected scene did not appear. Instead, multiple seals of great Tao appeared on Ling Han's wrist, and the light of regulations flickered, blocking the pincers from severing his wrist. It actually did not manage to sever this human's hand. The giant lobster looked shocked. Its pincers continued to close in, and there were also multiple golden seals flickering on its body, increasing the severing ability of the pincers. Ling Han shook his head and said, "You are only making a pointless effort. You had best just come obediently into my bowl." "Niu wants to eat too," Niu called out in excitement, saliva almost leaking from her mouth. The giant lobster flew into a fury. Shua, another pair of pincers whooshed over. "I already said that you are making a pointless effort." Ling Han stretched out the other hand. This time he had grabbed the pincers. The giant lobster was endlessly closing its pincers, but it could not manage to snap Ling Han's hand or wrist in half. It was like an Earth Soul tier elite had encountered divine metal, so how could any damage be done to the latter? "Very confused, aren't you?" Ling Han broke into a grin. The colossal lobster was enraged. Finally, it did not attempt to sever Ling Han's hand now. Instead, it released one of its pincers and then brandished the other pincers. With a schwa, it sent Ling Han flying backwards. Ling Han stretched out a hand and pressed down, releasing a force that stopped him along his course. Then he shot back where he had come from and charged toward the giant lobster. Boom, boom, boom. The man and lobster battled fiercely. The large lobster was as strong as Earth Soul, and reasonably speaking even a 5th Severance Monarch tier could not possibly be a match for it, but who asked Ling Han's physique to be so freakishly strong? Thus, he could enter into an exchange of blows with this giant lobster. But it would be very hard for the giant lobster to kill Ling Han, and it would not be easy either for Ling Han to destroy this large lobster. The battle had ended with a stalemate. "I don't have time to continue wasting on you." Ling Han humphed lightly, and drawing on the power of the Black Tower, the regulations of time flickered. That massive lobster's movements instantly slowed and became lifeless, as if it had suddenly turned into wood. This was time being stopped. Ling Han drew the divine demon sword and stabbed right at the eye of the giant lobster. Blood spurted out, and the sharp and violent aura of the divine demon sword wreaked havoc inside the giant lobster's body. Though this was only a 3-star pseudo-celestial tool, if it really penetrated the body, its destructive power would at least be able to match 5-star pseudo-celestial tools. It was only a single strike, and this giant lobster's vital signs were immediately and completely cut off. Ling Han panted. An Earth Soul tier level opponent had indeed exceeded his killing range, and he had to use the Black Tower to be able to suppress such an opponent, but using an ultimate ability like Time Stop would also cause him to immediately lose any ability to continue fighting. Niu began to stow the lobster meat away, while the Empress drew out the Yang Soul Stone. The stronger the marine creature they killed was, the more the Yang Soul Stone they obtained would be different as well. This one was flickering with green light and was about the size of a human head. Which also meant that this one could replace the previous 200 creatures. Ling Han thought for a moment. Continuing to draw on the power of the Black Tower, and added with his own battle prowess, several hundred years' time should be enough for him to gain an extremely great profit, but to attain the level of a purple Yang Soul Stone was practically an impossible feat. He couldn't help but feel regretful. Since he was going to advance into the dividing soul tier, he wanted to barge into this level in his strongest state. Without reaching this standard, there would always be a weight on his heart. Whether it was cultivation or alchemy, he aimed to be the strongest and pursued perfection. He could only take it slowly, or perhaps he could give up the chance of breaking through this time, and wait another few million years. Next, it was naturally the Empress and Hunyo that were the main military force, bringing Ling Han and bewitching Maiden Ro along on their charge. After he recovered his vitality in the Black Tower, Ling Han had recovered his battle prowess in merely a single day, but if he wanted to draw on the ultimate ability of the Black Tower again, that would only be possible a month later. Hence, when they encountered Earth Soul tier level marine creatures, they could only flee, unless Hunyo also used her ultimate power. Ling Han did not ask Hunyo to use this kind of power. After all, in this vast ocean she had to save a trump card for herself no matter what. Boom! A stream of water surged past, shaking Ling Han and the others. A massive skeletal fish was swimming over from a great distance away, its speed extremely fast. At first, Ling Han thought that this skeletal fish had discovered them, but he soon realized that something was off because there was actually another person in front of this fish. However, because they had been too far off previously, he could not clearly see this person's appearance, and only right when the distance had shrunk considerably did he finally discover his existence. This extremely proud, incredibly devilish guy was actually being chased all over the place by a fish? Ha ha, Ling Han, we meet again. Though he was fleeing, he did not look the slightest bit panicked. Instead, he even grinned widely at Ling Han. Chapter 1997, Wuming charges over. Ugly, you're about to be chased to death already, so what are you grinning at? Hunyo was never reserved with her words. He broke into laughter. I can't kill it, but it can't cause any harm to me either. Ling Han smiled and said, why don't we work together? Sure. At first, Ling Han had thought someone as proud as he would not agree to working together, but he had not expected that the latter would actually agree so decisively. This was slightly beyond his expectations. But he was not the kind to dilly-dally either. Immediately, he charged towards the skeletal fish with a battle cry. Nyo comes too. Nyo released a deep roar and similarly charged over. The Empress was much prouder. Though she also charged out, she was incredibly aloof, and only released a harsh attack. As for bewitching Maiden Ro, she could only watch the excitement from the sidelines. The gap in strength between a 4th Severance Emperor tier and a Monarch tier would show the most at this kind of time. Puh. Ling Han rushed forwards, and that skeletal fish immediately swept its tail towards him. Peng, he was sent flying backwards, completely incapable of mounting the slightest resistance. Realization dawned on him. No wonder he was being chased all over this place. The battle prowess of this skeletal fish was indeed astonishing. However, Ling Han's physique was too tough. Only Heaven Soul tier elites should be able to cause real damage to him within the dividing soul tier. As for Earth Soul tier, it was already extremely impressive if they could barely force him to bleed a little. Ling Han charged back at the first instant. Drawing on the power of the Black Tower, he used spatial teleportation, and with a flash, he reappeared in front of the skeletal fish. The divine demon sword was drawn, and it swept out in a slash. With him taking the role of main military force, Ling Han restrained the skeletal fish's attacks, while the others would take the opening to exert their full battle prowess, and pour down their attacks madly on this giant fish. In terms of pure strength, the skeletal fish could overwhelm any one of the 4 of them, but when it was restrained by Ling Han, it would allow the Empress, Hunyo, and Yi to completely display their terrifying battle prowess. Even the skeletal fish that was as strong as Earth Soul tiers could not hold up against such an assault, and began to break off multiple bone spikes. But this skeletal fish was incredibly ferocious. It was not willing to retreat no matter what, and was determined to fight Ling Han to the death. If it was a more normal Earth Soul elite, it would just have to shift its attack in a different direction, and kill the Empress and the others first. Then, it could come back and fight Ling Han slowly. At least, it could ensure that it would not experience a loss. But this skeletal fish was a little stubborn. It would target whoever hit it the hardest. Thus, Ling Han had become the main target of its attacks. It was determined to kill Ling Han and devour him, and only then would it turn its head to deal with the others. This had decided its fate of being slowly killed by Ling Han and his group. Earth Soul tier marine creatures are truly hard to kill. Ling Han couldn't help but remark ruefully. If the Black Tower's time stop could be used at will, that would be great. Even a peak stage Earth Soul could be insta-killed, all easy and happy. Your defenses are really quite good. He licked his lips, light shining brightly from his golden and silver eyes, almost filling the skies with their brilliance. I probably can't tear through your physique at this moment yet. Ling Han smiled slightly. It was indeed as he had said. Within the severing mundane tier, there was definitely not a single person that could pose a threat to him. Aside from Wuming. This person was a reincarnated celestial king, and could even compel Shu Yaring, who was also a reincarnated celestial king, to attend to him with such an incredibly humble attitude. Just what amazing technique did a ninth heaven celestial king possess? Ling Han definitely could not be rash or careless, or he would be dead before he even knew it. Yo, everyone is gathered. A clear voice rang out, and a carefree figure appeared, striding over as he stepped on the water ripples with a faint smile on his face. Who could it be if not Wuming? This man was really a lingering ghost. They were just talking about him, and here he was. Ugly, what do you want to do? When Yo jumped out. This was the only person within the same cultivation level that had caused her to experience a loss, and just the look of him made her angry and want to pick a fight. The smile at Wuming's lips widened slightly, and he said, I am obviously here to take your lives to help me go further on the path to the pinnacle, trampling all over this heaven and earth. You all do not have to feel sorrow. To be able to contribute for me is contributing for the entire celestial realm. All descendants will remember all of you eternally. Ugly people will do all kinds of things for attention, the Empress rebuked him coldly, similarly bearing anger in her voice. Wuming's eyes swept over them, and he smilingly said, Your levels are too low, so you are completely unable to understand all that I do, and I have no intention of making you understand either. All you have to know is that your deaths will not be meaningless. He charged out. He was first heading straight for bewitching Maiden Row. Though he had been as strong as ninth heaven celestial king in his last life, and had surpassed the battle prowess he had had at this point in his last life, he was not the slightest bit conceited. Instead, he was incredibly practical. To deal with a large number of enemies, he naturally had to tear an opening at the weakest point. This could be considered completely opposite of what the skeletal fish had done previously. It should be known that Wuming had been a ninth heaven celestial king in his last life, and he had spent the late stages of his life on a certain battlefield of slaughter. So how plentiful would his battle experience, especially with being surrounded and attacked from all sides, have to be? The moment he moved, he was directly aiming for the weakest link of Ling Han and his group. Ling Han hurriedly stretched out a hand and pressed down, drawing bewitching Maiden Row into the Black Tower. Against Wuming, it was like fighting the skeletal fish they had faced previously, but his intelligence and battle experience exceeded that big guy who knew how many times, and his danger level was astonishingly high. They had to be careful, and more careful. Wuming looked at Ling Han meaningfully. Then I'll just start from you. Though your power of divine fetus is not strong, I am determined to obtain the treasure you possess. He formed his hand into a claw and pressed directly down on Ling Han. Shwa shwa shwa, multiple lights of regulations rippled out, a total of 9 colors. Instantly, Ling Han felt a tremendous pressure. His godly bones popped loudly as if they were about to break. What a terrifying guy. Hey! Ling Han exclaimed lightly. With a swipe of the divine demon sword, he slashed over at Wuming. He was using the heaven-destroying 9 swords. The fact that little Yuan's heaven-destroying 9 swords has fallen into your hands is no dishonor to him, Wuming said with a smile, his figure flying to the side without facing Ling Han head-on. Instead, he took the opportunity to charge towards the Empress. Peng peng peng, he turned his clawed hands into fists and shot out a consecutive series of 7 punches. A circular seal would be blasted out with every punch, and they went off to suppress the Empress. Though the Empress did her best to resist, the 7 seals were incredibly frightening and indestructible. They actually suppressed the Empress forcibly, as if 7 mountains were weighing down on her head, and she could not move in the slightest. Wuming revealed a smile filled with killing intent as he grabbed out at the top of the Empress's head with his right hand. Ling Han was shocked. So Wuming was only pretending to attack him. His real target was the Empress. He hurriedly pressed lightly on himself with his left hand and exclaimed, "Exchange." Ji Wuming's palm strike landed, yet he surprisingly discovered that the Empress's figure blurred, and it was Ling Han that had replaced her. The palm strike landed, multiple seals shining. The top of Ling Han's head caved in, but it still did not shatter, and then he was sent flying. This was Ling Han using the power of space of the Black Tower, wherein he could exchange places with any person that he had placed a specific seal on, but the distance was limited. He had placed spatial seals on the Empress, Hunyo Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, and even Bewitching Maiden Ro, and it was because of this that he had managed to save the Empress's life just now. Otherwise, should this palm strike land on the Empress, even if the Empress had 9 doppelgangers to share the damage, she would still inevitably die. What a freakish Ji Wuming. Chapter 1998, Strength that Surpasses the Fifth Severance. It was not that Ling Han had not seen elites before. A great many people had been able to defeat him easily in the past, but that was because all of them had higher cultivation levels than he did, and when their cultivation levels were equal or even close to equal, he would always be able to turn the tables around and thrash the other. Ji Wuming was the only exception. They were both fifth severance, and had encountered a ceiling to their cultivation level, so it could be said that they could be no more equal than this. In terms of foundations, Ling Han was confident that he had cultivated every step to the extent of perfection, and there could be no further space for improvement. Thus, whichever way he looked at it, he should not lose to Ji Wuming. Yet reality was always that cruel. He truly was inferior to Ji Wuming, and it was not just by a little bit either but rather a whole lot. If it were not for the fact that he had cultivated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, and had an incredibly tough physique, he would have long since been killed many times over by Ji Wuming. Ling Han stood firmly and touched the groove on his head. His expression of shock became even more pronounced. This blow from Ji Wuming had almost pierced through his skull. A reincarnated Ninth Heaven Celestial King was indeed overwhelmingly strong. Ling Han was sure that the reason why the other could be as strong as this had to be because the latter had used power that surpassed Fifth Severance. To say that a Ninth Heaven Celestial King was not able to bring some special powers with him as he reincarnated, Ling Han would not believe this even if it killed him. Possessing Celestial King power would be like having the 9 Heavens Flame and Shenin Source Water, and it was a 9 Heavens Flame and Shenin Source Water that had attained 9th Heaven at that. The fiery flame lightning strike would immediately wavered slightly. Source power of wood activated, and the groove on the top of Ling Han's head immediately recovered to its original state. Ji Wuming, exactly how much power of regulation had he grasped in the past? Having this kind of treasure makes you really hard to kill. Ji Wuming frowned slightly. Xiao, his figure moved again, and this time his target had become Hunyo. Ugly, see if Nyo won't beat you to death. Hunyo cried out. You did not fight with Nyo the first time or the second time. Are you looking down on Nyo? Nyo is very angry. The little girl roared repeatedly, and a massive rock appeared behind her. Spreading out its wings, it swiped them towards Ji Wuming, and with a sweep of its fish tail, it gave rise to colossal waves, which similarly crashed towards Ji Wuming. If you were Yun reincarnated, I would give you some leeway. Unfortunately, you only possess her brand of martial intent, Ji Wuming stated calmly. Then let me just extract it out. He stretched out a hand to clap onto the top of Hunyo's head, clearly planning to shatter Hunyo's mind. Nyo is going to die of fury. Hunyo's hands greeted the incoming blow. The image of the rock almost became solid. Multiple ancient seals lit up, exuding an extraordinarily mighty aura capable of suppressing the heavens. Yet Ji Wuming was completely unconcerned. His hands formed palm strikes, finger taps, punches, clapped, tapped, and hit, and he was extremely casual in his movements. However, any one of these movements was perfect, easily suppressing the shadowy image of the rock, as well as suppressing Hunyo so much that she could only defend passively. A reincarnated Ninth Heaven Celestial King was really so invincible. Ling Han and Yi released continuous battle cries, and they both set out in pursuit, launching a fierce offensive from either side. Ji Wuming bared his mouth in a grin. His body shook and 2 figures actually manifested from his body. They looked exactly like he did and they charged towards Ling Han and Yi respectively. Something like the Empress's doppelganger's technique. Ling Han exchanged blows with one of the figures, yet immediately discovered that this was completely Ji Wuming. Whether it was aura or strength, he could not be any more genuine than this. It was definitely no doppelganger. A thought immediately rose up in his heart: a divided soul. After advancing into the dividing soul tier, every cultivator would possess 4 divided souls, and they would be Heaven Soul, Earth Soul, Yang Soul, and Yin Soul. Because these 4 divided souls had been broken off of the main body, in essence, there really was no difference between them and the original. But Wuming was clearly only in the severing mundane tier. In theory, this should be an absolutely impossible feat, but Wuming was a celestial king in his last life, and a supreme existence of the 9th heaven at that. In that case, it would not seem strange that he would be able to break the iron rule, and possess some special abilities. Ling Han and this divided soul of Wuming exchanged blows. He was immediately blocked, but this divided soul of Wuming actually trembled as well, and slowly disappeared into nothing. It vanished. Realization dawned on Ling Han. Wuming indeed could use the ability of the dividing soul tier, but he was only a 9th heaven celestial king in his last life after all, and could not surpass the limits of this heaven and earth. Thus, the dividing soul tier power he could use was also limited. At least it bought time. It had vanished only after blocking a blow from Ling Han. On the other side, Yi had also been blocked by Wuming's divided soul. He gave a humph and continued to charge towards Wuming. But taking this opportunity, Wuming had also suppressed Hunyo completely. Theoretically, Hunyo should not have been so passive, but Wuming seemed to be very familiar with Hunyo's strength. Every blow from Hunyo seemed to fall within his expectations, so how was she supposed to continue like this? Only after a few dozen moves and Hunyo was in a precarious position, and every time Ling Han and Yi were about to catch up with them, they would be blocked by Wuming's divided souls. Though those disappeared very quickly, they very soon could be recovered and used again. There was practically no solution to this. It looked like Hunyo was about to no longer hold up, and Ling Han could only use the power of the Black Tower again, and exchange positions with her. Wuming was not surprised. Instead, he showed a mocking expression. "I was waiting for you." His right hand formed a fist and blasted towards Ling Han's mind. 9-colored celestial lights condensed, and actually turned into a sword that descended directly. Instantly, Ling Han felt a coldness that could not be described, feeling that this strike really had the ability to kill him. He hurriedly activated the power of Divine Fetus. Boom! His whole person turned into a fiery flame, which formed an incredibly ancient seal. Even in this ocean, it could burn fiercely and dazzle the 9 heavens. Wuming's sword stabbed down, blasting into the fiery flames. Ling Han dodged with a flutter of flames, and had already appeared 300 meters away. The flames on his body gradually went out, and there was shockingly a large hole at the right side of his temple, blood dripping out of the wound copiously. That strike from Wuming had almost destroyed both his form and spirit. This was too terrifying. It was clearly not a celestial tool, being only fused from 9 streaks of celestial light, yet its destructive power was indescribably frightening, and even Ling Han's physique could not stand against it. Furthermore, this was still in a situation in which Ling Han had used his power of Divine Fetus, added with dodging to the best of his ability. Otherwise, he would have still been unable to escape from this calamity, and he would have been forced to use Rising from the Ashes. Wuming showed slight surprise and said, "The brand of great Tao from the Heavenly Flame King? Your good fortune is really great, brat, that you still managed to escape from this calamity." His offensive against Hunyo was actually a lure because he wanted to make Ling Han use his spatial exchange. Though this method could save another, it would also cause Ling Han to sink into a disadvantageous position, and he could only submissively be beaten. Thus, this would create the best opportunity for Wuming to make a move. Too bad Ling Han still managed to escape with his life. Ling Han used a source power and recovered the wound on his forehead, but there were 9-colored celestial lights wreaking havoc in his wound, stopping the latter from recovering. Even the fiery flame lightning strike was practically helpless against this, and the speed of recovery was frighteningly slow. Ling Han channeled the indestructible Heaven Scroll again, and with the heavenly venerable tier cultivation technique added with the source power of heaven and earth, he managed to slightly speed up his recovery ability. "We should no longer fight alone. We would only be defeated one after another," Ling Han said gravely. "In terms of battle experience, even if all of them added together and multiplied 100 million times, it was still impossible for them to be a match for Ji Wuming. Thus, they definitely could no longer fight without any organization. Chapter 1999, Driven Away. By this time, even as proud and arrogant as Yi and the Empress were, they had no choice but to admit that Ji Wuming was indeed strong. This kind of strength had already surpassed the range of the fifth severance, and no matter how much of a prodigy you were, you could only be left speechless. He was a reincarnated ninth heaven celestial king. The Empress and Hunyou immediately went to Ling Han's side, and Yi also strode over. The four of them stood side by side facing Ji Wuming. Any one of them was a supreme monarch tier, but against Ji Wuming they had no choice but to join forces. In fact, it was not even guaranteed that they could win should they join forces. On the other hand, as long as none of them got killed, that would already be considered a victory. The gap was too big. Ji Wuming made no further moves. Instead, he stared for a while at Ling Han and his group, a smile appearing at his lips. You all make me recall how I was when I was young. The me of that time should have been the same as you all. However, in front of the survival of the celestial realm, what would your few lives be worth? Do not begrudge the injustice. Who knows how many people have sacrificed themselves for your sake, and what grudges did they bear? As he spoke, Ji Wuming drew out a small bow that was only about the size of a palm. Minor Heaven's complete bow. This was a real celestial tool, and accompanied with Ji Wuming's strength that surpassed his cultivation level, the might that could be displayed was definitely devastating. Ji Wuming. A furious shout rang out and a figure with a tall build appeared. He was like a human-shaped bear about 3 meters tall, and the width of his chest and back made him seem like a massive boulder. He was standing there with the upper half of his body bare. He roared furiously and had already charged towards Ji Wuming. Boom, a punch blasted out, the brilliance radiating far and wide. Ji Wuming frowned slightly and murmured, "You fled when you shouldn't have and came when you shouldn't." He shifted the direction of the bow, and shot an arrow straight at that human-shaped bear. The bow was tiny and the arrow it shot out was also tiny. It turned into a streak of light that looked like a golden needle. The human-shaped bear clapped his hands in front of him. The two giant hands joined together, instantly creating a frightening hurricane that blasted towards that streak of light. The hurricane met the streak of light, and they both shone with seals of great Tao. This was a clash between two people, or rather the clash of the regulations of human and celestial tool. The human-shaped bear was immediately sent flying. He similarly was no match for Ji Wuming, but his strength was truly amazing, and he had not been insta-killed by Ji Wuming. No, as long as he could withstand a few blows from Ji Wuming, he could be considered an elite, a true elite, an elite that was on the same level as Ling Han and his group. Madman. He bared his mouth in a grin. I have deliberately come this time to meet you. You will get the chance. The human-shaped bear did not even bother to look at Yi, his eyes only fixed on Ji Wuming. However, it's not your turn yet. His fighting spirit soared, his eyes shining brilliantly, countless seals gushing. Ling Han also glanced at this human-shaped bear. So this was the madman, the strongest in the severing mundane tier of the three capitals heaven. And now they, 5 great monarch tiers, would join forces, but would they be a match for Ji Wuming? Ji Wuming lightly tapped the bow on his body and said, "Here's another. This is slightly troubling." 5 great monarch tiers, and they were all top-grade monarch tiers at that. In his eyes, they were actually just slightly troubling. However, this does save me the effort of finding you all one by one. He broke into a grin, and with a flash, he took the initiative to launch an offensive against Ling Han and the others. Boom, boom, boom. Ji Wuming changed his tactic and was no longer indifferent and careless. Instead, he entered into a crazy battle mode. That was not the slightest bit inferior to Hunyou and the madman. His black locks rose to the skies, and forcefully barged into the circle formed by Ling Han and the others, causing violence and havoc. He was probably the only one in the severing mundane tier that would dare to face these 5 great monarch tiers in a full-on confrontation. However, a change in number would cause a qualitative change. Ling Han and his group were all top monarch tiers, and now with another madman, this had increased their battle prowess by another level. Furthermore, the 5 of them were working together now, no longer fighting alone, so it was natural that their might would greatly increase. They blocked Ji Wuming's tsunami wave-like attacks, but that was all that they could do. They were not able to launch a counterattack. Now, Ling Han suddenly shouted loudly. "Nyo knows. Hunyo replied, and her whole person suddenly vanished, and the shadowy image of the rock that floated above her head suddenly became incredibly real. An ancient, incomplete seal appeared on her forehead, and suddenly a majestic light was released. This light was aimed directly at Wuming. Fast, too fast. The seal had just only lit up, and the majestic had already fallen onto Wuming. Ping, a bang resounded, and Wuming was instantly sent flying. A hole shockingly appeared on his chest, with blood gushing out, and his face had become astonishingly pale. The battle had progressed this far, and Wuming was finally wounded. Furthermore, it was a serious wound at that. Even his heart had been destroyed. This was Hunyo's strongest trump card, extracting the brand of celestial king martial intent inside her body to stimulate the bloodline of the rock to launch a world-shaking attack capable of erasing even Heaven Soul tier elites. However, though Wuming had suffered a serious injury, his strength could still be seen from this. An attack that could even kill a Heaven Soul actually only inflicted a serious injury on him, and he had not died. The reason why Ling Han did not allow Hunyo to use her strongest trump card all this while was so that it could show an extraordinary effect at this kind of moment. Charge! Ling Han and the others launched a fierce offensive. Wuming humphed, swept an eye over the faces of all 5 of them, and then he suddenly turned around and left. His speed was too fast, as if the water pressure here did not have the slightest effect on him. With a single step, he was already several thousand meters away, and in a few steps, he had already disappeared without a trace. There was absolutely no way that they could catch up to him. Ling Han and the others all frowned. Which one of them was not an ultimate prodigy, but even the 5 of them working together were only capable of driving Wuming off. This was something completely unacceptable to their prideful hearts. We will battle again after breaking through to the dividing soul tier. The madman was the first to leave. He nodded as well and went in another direction. Though they had strength that could match a dividing soul tier, in essence they were still not dividing soul tier elites, and once they broke through to the dividing soul tier, not only would their battle prowess soar, they could also gain even more abilities. For example, one could have another doppelganger with every additional minor level in the dividing soul tier. This would definitely affect one's battle prowess immediately, and would be incredibly notable. Since they could not match Wuming now, then they could just battle again after breaking through to the dividing soul tier. Prodigies were always unwilling to admit defeat. We have to hurry up too, Ling Han said to the 3 women. He had thrown Bewitching Maiden Row out of the Black Tower. The 4 of them continued their advance, but they did not dare to swim deeper. The water pressure here had already reached the limits which they could withstand. If they swam even deeper they would not die, but they would have to exert more power on defense, which would naturally affect their battle prowess. Moreover, the marine creatures in this zone were already strong enough. If they went deeper and encountered Heaven Soul or even Immortal Palace tier level marine creatures, what could they do aside from fleeing? They launched a hunting spree in this expansive ocean, and as time passed, the Yang Soul stones they accumulated became more and more. Half a year later, they each had a green Yang Soul stone that was the size of a human head. Ling Han and the others did not content themselves with this kind of Yang Soul stone. Instead, they continued their hunt, but wanting to advance green quality to blue quality would need 200 times the effort. It would more or less expend all the time they could spend in the Yang Soul Ocean. Was blue the limit? Chapter 2000, Venturing Deep into the Ocean Bed. Above blue grade there was still indigo and purple. Ordinarily, yellow grade would be able to accommodate a divided soul, but the divided soul that was cultivated from it would be limited in strength, and was definitely far inferior to the original. If this was judged on the standards of the severing mundane tier, this probably could be considered just barely severing mundane tier. You had indeed broken through to the dividing soul tier, but you were the weakest of dividing soul tiers. Green grade was much stronger, and could be considered the equivalent of an ordinary severing mundane tier. Blue grade corresponded to a flawless severance. From this aspect, using a blue-grade Yang Soul Stone was already very impressive, but the severing mundane tier could still deliver a severance at the heaven and earth, and reach the 5th severance. In the dividing soul tier, there naturally was also options above perfections. And that was using an indigo and purple-grade Yang Soul Stone to break through. The problem was this was completely impossible in the available time. Every further grade higher, the number would have to increase by 200 times, and correspondingly, one would also have to commit 200 times the original time. Then, to attain blue grade would theoretically need more than 100 years, so what about attaining indigo grade? And how long would purple grade require? Perfection sounded impressive, but Ling Han was not content. In his eyes, only a purple grade Yang Soul Stone could be called perfection. And the opponent he had to defeat was Wuming. Breaking through with a blue Yang Soul Stone? It wasn't enough. Then just go to the ocean bed, Small Tower suddenly said. After every closing of the Yang Soul Ocean, all the living creatures would die out, and then a new batch of living creatures would be slowly nurtured. And at the ocean bed, there would be the carcasses of these living creatures. Realization dawned on Ling Han. Then if there were immortal palace tier level creatures, there would be indigo grade or even purple grade Yang Soul Stones. Finally, no longer so stupid, Small Tower said disdainfully. The proud tower indeed could not change its habit of having a poisonous tongue. Ling Han shook his head and did not bother with it. No wonder this place would only be open for a limited time, and no wonder that dividing soul tier or even immortal palace tier elites would not be able to enter. If it was up to severing mundane tiers themselves hunting, how could they possibly obtain purple grade Yang Soul Stones? Even Wuming would not be able to succeed. It is practically impossible for others to go to the bottom of the ocean because their physique would not hold up. Even if they formed a defense with their origin power, there would be a time when they run out of strength, and they would be buried alive in the ocean. But it is different for me. My physique will not be weakened at any place or time, Ling Han thought, and then immediately informed the three women. The Empress and Hunyo would naturally have no disagreement. They nodded immediately and entered into the Black Tower, while bewitching Maiden Rose still wanted to bargain, wanting Ling Han to get her a purple grade Yang Soul Stone as well. However, Ling Han directly picked her up and tossed her into the Black Tower. Only now did Ling Han advance towards the deeper waters. He had not gone too deep when the water pressure began to increase madly. However, Ling Han's physique was too tough. Merely in terms of physique, even Wuming could only exclaim in shock and admit defeat. Ling Han was completely unconcerned. Without needing to bother about Hunyo and the others, he naturally no longer had any reservations. He went continuously deeper, and half a day later he had dived twice deeper than his original depth, and then it was further 2 times, 3 times, and even one with his physique was slightly strained there. Thankfully he had the Black Tower. If he could not hold up, he could duck inside and recover some of his stamina. This was unlike others. Even if they also had a spatial god tool, they would have to use their own origin power and regulations to protect it instead at this time, or it would definitely be crushed by the water pressure instantly. At this depth, the ocean bed was not too far away. It was about a few hundred meters away and was within sight. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to stand on the ocean bed. Ling Han swam as he searched for the carcasses of living creatures on the ocean bed. It was definitely difficult for any of the others to reach this depth. The whole ocean was as silent as a grave, undisturbed and serene. This increased the range of visibility, and Ling Han could see a large area with a single glance. The underwater world was bleak, only having endless white sand. If this was not at the ocean's bed, then anyone would think that this was an expansive desert. He swam at a depth that was close to the ocean bed, and after traveling for a day, his eyes suddenly lit up. A small hill had appeared ahead. White sand covered the entirety of the boundless ocean bed, so how could a small hill possibly appear here? That was because this was no small hill, but rather the carcass of a gigantic marine creature. With how big it was, the Yang Soul Stone it had left behind definitely had to be extraordinarily big as well. Ling Han channeled a celestial technique, and the source power of water activated. It could display extraordinary effects in this ocean. Now that he had reached this depth, even his physique could not hold up, and he had to draw on the power of regulation. He continued his descent and saw that this was a massive turtle. It really was as tall as a mountain, and the majority of its body was still maintained in completely perfect condition, while a small part had begun to decay. Ling Han delivered a stab, but the divine demon sword was actually incapable of causing damage to this massive turtle's body. So tough. He tried a few more times, but he was still unsuccessful. He could only turn his attention to the place that had begun to decay, and then stabbed out his sword once more. This time he had finally successfully penetrated the flesh. The massive turtle's shell was too strong, and Ling Han couldn't even damage the surface. He could only enter through the hole that he had created. This was a colossal creature. 1 foot was comparable to a mountain peak, and Ling Han hacked his way inside. After spending 4 days he finally reached the head of the massive turtle. Yang Soul Stone Indigo Grade. Ling Han couldn't help but feel elated. This Yang Soul Stone in front of him was slightly bigger than all the others. True enough, there would be lucky encounters here. Ling Han stowed this Yang Soul Stone into the Black Tower together with some turtle meat. Though this massive turtle had already been dead for 100 million years, because its level was too high, its blood and flesh were still maintained at a very fresh condition. If it were not for the fact that this gigantic turtle was too big, and he couldn't stow the whole thing away, and also because of limited time so he could not collect too much, Ling Han would definitely not content himself with this little bit of harvest. He shared the joy of victory with the 3 women inside the Black Tower, and then continued on his way. Indigo was not his target either. In fact, even a fused purple Yang Soul Stone was not. Instead, his target was a naturally formed purple Yang Soul Stone. And it was in this ocean that was cut off from the rest of the world that marine creatures could grow as much as they could, but there was still a limited number that could attain Heaven's Soul. Ling Han spent 10 years' time, but still only obtained 14 indigo Yang Soul Stones. However, a purple Yang Soul Stone was still so far away that it seemed forever. Ling Han calculated the time. Using the lowest limit of 100 years to calculate, even fusing a purple Yang Soul Stone seemed pitiful, but to obtain a natural one, this seemed to be even farther. Continue searching then. Ling Han continued his search. Sometimes he would be lucky and would find 2 or 3 in a year, but there were times that he was not, and had no gains for a consecutive 2 to 3 years. One of the reasons was because he had encountered powerful marine creatures, which chased him all over the place. What time would he have then to look for Yang Soul Stones? Time passed quickly and 100 years had already passed, but there was not the slightest bit of change in the massive ocean. It seemed like it was eternally maintained in this condition. According to the experience of predecessors, Ling Han looked at that 7-colored rainbow. One of the bands had become white, while the other 6 still retained their original hue. When the Yang Soul Ocean was about to close, the 7-colored rainbow would become entirely white, and by that time, there was still around 100 years of buffer time, and only after that would it truly close. Going by this calculation, there were still about 700 years left. 700 years? Was that enough to find 1 or even more purple Yang Soul Stones? Chapter 2001, Canyon at the Ocean Bed. In such deep waters, Ling Han had no worry about the possibility that Wuming could find him. Wuming's battle prowess was indeed strong, but in terms of pure defense, Ling Han could guarantee that he was definitely the strongest of this cultivation level. Even Wuming could only admit his inferiority even if he was a 9th heaven celestial king in his last life. However, this was very boring. Ling Han was the only one here, and not only was the scenery eternally unchanging, there was not the slightest bit of sound, making this seem like a living hell. Fortunately, Ling Han could still enter into the Black Tower, where the 4 women could provide him some company inside. Another 300 years had passed, and the number of indigo-grade Yang Soul Stones that Ling Han had gathered had increased. The number was more or less 200, but he did not have a single purple-grade Yang Soul Stone. He was a little anxious by now. Half the time had already passed, but he could only eke out a fused purple-grade Yang Soul Stone. To say nothing of all of them having a natural purple-grade Yang Soul Stone, even for fused ones he could just barely manage one. But what could he do about it? Ling Han remained patient, and swam at the ocean bed in search of the carcasses of marine creatures. Year passed after year. Time flew very quickly and 7 colors had become 2 colors. The majority of light bands had become white, lighting up the whole ocean. Ling Han suddenly discovered that the ocean waters were gushing forwards. The surface of the ocean was not calm and undisturbed, but after venturing so deep into the ocean, everything had become incredibly peaceful, yet now a gushing water flow had suddenly appeared. That could only mean one thing. Either there was a massive marine creature that was charging over in assault, or a very great change had happened in this ocean. The current situation was the latter. A canyon had actually appeared in front of Ling Han. It was not very big and its length was around 10 miles. Its entrance was very tiny and then enlarged. The widest part was also about 10 miles wide, forming a triangular shape. The reason why there would be gushing water was because the ocean water was presently surging inwards this canyon, and that was why there was a pulling motion. Ling Han couldn't help but be curious. He moved with the flow and floated towards that canyon. When he arrived at the entrance of the canyon, he shockingly discovered that an invisible wall had appeared ahead of him, stopping him from moving forwards further, and aside from him, the ocean waters had been similarly blocked. Which meant that the inside of the canyon was actually dry. This was extremely strange. Since the ocean waters could not enter into the canyon, how had this hidden flow of water formed? Ling Han rubbed his chin in thought for a while before decisively giving up this line of thought. There were too many inconceivable things in this world. To investigate each and every one of them was a completely impractical matter. Thus, there was no need for him to confuse himself over the reason for the formation of this canyon, but rather he should ponder how he was going to enter inside. At the bottom of the great ocean, a canyon that did not have ocean water had actually appeared. If it was claimed that there was nothing strange about this, who would believe it? Ling Han shot out a punch. Peng, the invisible wall in front of him immediately rippled, as if it was made out of liquid. It rose and fell continuously, and only after a long while did the undulations finally stop. It had not broken. Ling Han was shocked and shot out another punch. This time he had used the regulation of slaughter, and the destructive power immediately spiked. Peng, the fist landed on the wall of water, causing a period of ripples, but the wall of water still did not break. Could it be that it could not be broken through? Ling Han was not willing to admit defeat. Using celestial techniques, he began a mad barrage of attacks. Boom, 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 boom. He used all the celestial techniques he could use, but this invisible wall was indescribably tough. No matter how strong the force it sustained, it would not break. At most, it would only shake a few more times. Ling Han drew the divine demon sword. Since bare hands could do nothing, he would just use a celestial tool. Heaven-destroying 9 swords was channeled, and shwa, a strike was delivered on the wall of water. This time the wall of water did not even ripple. Yet Ling Han looked elated. Water was most gentle, and even the strongest brute force was incapable of truly causing damage to it. That was because water could distribute the power it sustained over its entirety. Just now, the few punches that he had delivered were like that. They were clearly targeted at a single point, but ultimately, the force was absorbed by the entire Yangtze Ocean. In this manner, no matter how strong Ling Han's strength was, he could not possibly destroy the Yangtze Ocean, right? But now he had drawn the divine demon sword, yet it was still undisturbed. It was not because the force had weakened, but rather all this force had truly landed on a single point, and the power had not seeped out to be shared by the entire Yangtze Ocean. This point was the tip of the divine demon sword's blade. Ling Han roared, his hands pushing forward strongly. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. Multiple cracks appeared on the invisible wall, more and more longer and longer, and then it finally shattered with a crash. Boom, ocean waters surged in, and Ling Han was also brought inside by the ocean waters. He immediately stood firm and saw that the water beneath his feet was spreading out in front of him, but it was getting slower and slower. He turned his head and saw that the ocean waters that had surged in were becoming less and less because the hole that had been created was presently shrinking in size. This wall had self-recovery ability. Only in a short while the invisible wall had completely recovered, and it was no longer visible to the naked eye. He only knew that this wall still existed because the ocean waters had been stopped, forming a block. Interesting, Ling Han murmured, feeling his whole body had become light. Because there was no ocean water here, there naturally would not have any water pressure either. With a shake of his hand, the Empress, Hunyo Bewitching Maiden Ro, and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden were released instantly. What is this place? Hunyo's big eyes blinked as she curiously surveyed the surroundings. Yangtze Ocean? The Empress was also surprised, looking towards Ling Han. Ling Han nodded and replied, "This is still the ocean bed of the Yangtze Ocean, but the environment here is more unique. There is a natural barrier that cuts off the ocean waters from this place." So interesting. Hunyo clapped her hands and laughed, looking like she had an urge to rush over and play around. Ling Han hurriedly pulled her back. This little girl was fond of food and liked to play, so it was definitely not just an idea for her. This place, what is it? Bewitching Maiden Ro looked around. Let's search around. The 5 of them split up a bit and began searching around in the canyon. This canyon was very small. It would not take too much time for even a normal human to take a tour, what more for elites like them. There seems to be something here. Hunyo stopped and pawed at the ground. Ling Han walked over and saw that a sharp spike had actually appeared from the ground. Upon first glance, it looked like a protruding stone pillar, though it was extremely sharp. But as Hunyeo parted the pebbles and dirt around it, he discovered that this stone pillar was becoming longer and longer. Hunyeo dug deeper and deeper, and this stone pillar became 3 meters tall from its original height of an inch. Finally, a massive skull actually appeared. This was the carcass of a gigantic living creature, buried in the dirt at the bottom of the canyon. Only the horn on its head was slightly exposed, which Hunyeo coincidentally happened to spot. When this massive creature was completely excavated, Ling Han and his group could only look up at it. It was extremely colossal. Indigo-grade Yang Soul Stone. Hunyeo immediately clapped her hands, and extracted the Yang Soul Stone that was inside the skull of the massive creature. How could there possibly be the carcass of a marine creature here? Ling Han rubbed his chin in thought, and thinking about that previous gushing flow of water, he could not help but come up with a deduction. Could it be that after the surrounding marine creatures died, the carcasses would all be delivered by the flow of water to this place? That wall, perhaps, does not block dead matter. Hiss, going by that theory, just how many Yang Soul Stones would there be in this canyon then? Chapter 2002, Purple Grade Yang Soul Stone. Ling Han and his group all became excited. They hurriedly split up and began digging around at the ground. I found one. I found one too. Their voices rang out in succession as they found carcasses of marine creatures. The majority of them were Heaven Soul corpses, and had nurtured indigo-grade Yang Soul Stones, while a smaller portion was blue-grade. In the eyes of others, these would be ultimate treasures, but were now thrown disdainfully into their spatial god tools by Ling Han and his group. 200 was needed to be able to produce an indigo-grade Yang Soul Stone, so what was it if not useless? However, now that they had arrived here, they had not developed the habit of throwing them away. They simply stowed them away first. Going by the rate at which they were harvesting, they would only need 1 or 2 months' time for all of them to gain 200 indigo-grade Yang Soul Stones, which they could then fuse into a purple grade one, and advance to the dividing soul tier with the highest grade of Yang Soul Stone. This should be the graveyard of the marine creatures. Those weaker existences had already decayed fully when they had been carried here by the ocean waters. Thus, those that could come here were at least Earth Soul in level, and could contribute blue-grade Yang Soul Stones. But even if others found out, so what? Would they be able to come here? No one's origin power and power of regulation could possibly hold on for so long. Before they could swim to a closer depth, they would have been crushed to bits by the water pressure. Only Ling Han could do what others could not. Here's a big guy. Ling Han dug at a spot, and after a portion of the corpse of a marine creature was exposed, he couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. This was a swordfish that was completely golden. Even if it had been dead for countless years, there was not the slightest sign of decay. Furthermore, there were multiple seals of great Tao on its body, exuding a majestic aura, as if it could show its might at any moment, suppressing eternity. The Immortal Palace Tier. The 4 women rushed over and all exclaimed in shock. Since Heaven Soul marine creatures could nurture indigo-grade Yang Soul Stones, then what about an Immortal Palace Tier? Purple grade. You guys go on and look around further. There shouldn't be just a single Immortal Palace Tier corpse here, Ling Han said. This underwater cemetery should not house just marine creatures that had died 100 million years ago, but would also have those that had died 200 million years ago, 300 million years ago. The accumulation over countless billions of years made this place become covered with treasure. And the 4 women all went their separate ways. Ling Han naturally was not of the mind to be bothered about the carcasses of other marine creatures. As long as he could dig out the Yang Soul Stone inside this swordfish, that would be a natural purple grade Yang Soul Stone, which was genuinely the highest grade. He delivered a stab with his sword, but the swordfish's eyeball was filled with flexibility. After slightly sinking in, 7 seals shone, instantly bouncing him backwards. The eyeball was not damaged. So tough. Ling Han was surprised. It should be known that even if it was an Immortal Palace Tier elite, so what? Without being on guard, it was still completely susceptible to being killed by a severing mundane tier, unless it was someone like Ling Han who had a naturally strong physique and was always at the best state of defense. But this swordfish had already been dead for countless years, yet its defense was still so strong. It had to have been born with a naturally strong physique. Fuck, isn't this just causing trouble for me? Ling Han sighed and tried to stow the swordfish into the black tower. He carefully extended his divine sense, wrapping it around the swordfish. Seals flickered vaguely on the swordfish's body, as if they had discovered Ling Han's actions. However, there was no powerful backlash, so Ling Han did not stop, and continued to wrap his divine sense around it. This was indeed a big guy, but compared to the other giants of the ocean, its size was still relatively slender. After an hour, Ling Han showed a hint of elation. Success, he had completely wrapped his divine sense around this swordfish. Come on then. Xiao, this giant swordfish had disappeared without a trace. Naturally, it had entered into the Black Tower. With a flash, Ling Han followed it into the Black Tower. Though the present power of the Black Tower was also limited by his cultivation level, it was definitely considerably stronger than him. Furthermore, the power of the Black Tower was endless, and there was no need to worry about using it up. Small tower, come give me a hand. Ling Han once again began to dissect the giant swordfish. Small tower slowly appeared and said, Yo, what **** luck? You actually found the carcass of an immortal palace tier marine creature. Ling Han was speechless. This proud tower would not feel comfortable if it went one day without insulting him. Come and give me a hand. Small tower might be proud, but all its actions were for Ling Han's own good. Thus, though it would keep saying mocking words, it still began to draw on the power of the Black Tower, helping Ling Han to dissect this giant fish. Even so, it had still taken them 3 days to fully dissect the fish's head. As expected, purple-grade Yang Soul Stone. Ling Han laughed loudly. This time he was finally satisfied. He exited the Black Tower, and saw that the Empress, Bewitching Maiden Ro, and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden were still searching. Meanwhile, Hunyo was seated on a gigantic crab. As she swung her long legs back and forth, she was chewing on a chicken leg, incredibly carefree and at ease. This was not the little girl slacking off, but rather that she had found the carcass of an immortal palace tier marine creature. You are really lucky. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. Of course, Nyo is too awesome. Hunyo did not have the slightest idea of modesty. Ling Han released his divine sense, and just like Hao had done before, he stowed the colossal crab into the Black Tower as well. Then, its dissection was only successfully completed after 7 days. It could not be helped. The defense of the giant crab was stronger, and the Black Tower could not show its full might either, so they could only progress bit by bit. When they exited the Black Tower, the Empress had also gained something. Naturally, it was also the carcass of an immortal palace tier marine creature. This almost killed Bewitching Maiden Ro with anxiety. Ling Han and the others had all obtained a perfect Yang Soul Stone, and only she was left still searching. She hurriedly spoke sweet words to the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden so the latter would help her look. In any case, the other woman had not even broken through to the Severing Mundane tier, so even if she had a Yang Soul Stone, it was no use, this stuff could not be brought out and could only be used here. When Ling Han prized out a Yang Soul Stone for the Empress, Bewitching Maiden Ro finally managed to find a great gain. It could only be said that this place was practically a treasury of Yang Soul Stones. This time, all 4 Severing Mundane tiers had obtained a purple-grade Yang Soul Stone. Let's break through to the Dividing Soul tier. The 4 of them separated a bit, while a Yang Soul Stone that was not much smaller than a house was placed in front of each of them. After entering into the Yang Soul Ocean, the majority of their time was actually spent on searching for Yang Soul Stones, and breaking through to the Dividing Soul tier would only take about a month's time. The prerequisite was that you had already touched the threshold before entering into the Dividing Soul tier. You could only begin to split out your soul in this place. Ling Han and the others were already peak stage Severing Mundane tiers a few hundred years ago, and had touched the threshold of the Dividing Soul tier. What they lacked was only a Yang Soul Stone to complete that final step. They each vibrated their spirits to split out a portion and insert it into the Yang Soul Stone, becoming their own divided soul, which was equivalent to having an additional manifestation of themselves. Don't use your own spirit, Small Tower suddenly spoke up. Split out one of the 3 source powers inside your body. Small Tower did not explain anything, and continued to guide Ling Han on what he should do. Why? Yet Ling Han was the type to get to the bottom of any matter. Small Tower sighed. Source powers themselves have consciousness. After you split them out, the independent nature and growth of the divided soul would be improved. Moreover, if you split out your own spirit, that would be a kind of damage to the original. Though after attaining Immortal Palace tier all the divided souls would return, damaged, ultimately still means that it has been damaged and there would be flaws. Using a source power as replacement is the truly perfect way to break through to the dividing soul tier. Chapter 2003, Breaking Through to the Dividing Soul Tier. This damn small tower was always willing to say the most crucial things at the final moment. Ling Han did not tell the Empress and the others, because none of them had any source powers. Even if he did tell them what could be done, it would only leave them with regrets for nothing. It was already quite good. Breaking through with a purple-grade Yang Soul Stone was not too far off from perfection. Moreover, just how many severing mundane tiers in the world would be able to obtain source powers? Given what you said, the next 3 times I divide my spirit, I would also have to split out these source powers? Ling Han asked. Then, what about the regulations that I have to comprehend? Stupid. Small Tower scoffed. What does dividing soul tier mean? The divided soul is a portion of you that has been split out. No matter how far the distance is between you, you would be able to sense it, so how could you possibly be unable to comprehend the regulations of heaven and earth? Furthermore, if you split your soul using the source powers, the limit is not 4 times but rather 9. 9 was the largest number in the world. Ling Han's lips involuntarily twitched and he said, I only have 3 source powers. If I can't find more of them, wouldn't I then be trapped at Earth Soul Tier? Thus, you have to hurry and find more source powers, Small Tower declared very irresponsibly. Ling Han was speechless. Source powers were not cabbages. Just because you wanted them you could get them? Moreover, though there were many types of source powers, the 5 elements, lightning, time, space, slaughter, poison, and so one very type could split out 9 source powers, and upon first glance, there really seemed to be a considerable number of them. However, just how big was the celestial realm? And how many celestial kings were there? To gather 9 source powers, and all of them had to be for different regulations at that. The difficulty level of this was actually even higher than breaking through to the celestial king tier. Ling Han had already gotten 3 source powers? That was all thanks to luck, but he couldn't depend on luck every time, right? Perhaps I can also live on good luck, Ling Han mumbled. A severing mundane tier only needed to reach 5th severance to be perfect, but dividing 9 souls actually required 9 times. If I really could split my soul 9 times, just how strong would I be? Ling Han couldn't help but feel curious. If you want to become a heavenly venerate, you would have to cultivate every single cultivation level to perfection. Small Tower did not answer his question, but encouraged Ling Han from a different angle. Heavenly venerate. Ling Han tightened his fist. Small Tower really had gotten hold of his weakness. As long as there was a more perfect path to take, he would choose this path without any hesitation, and would not care at all just how difficult it would be to tread on this path. He began to stimulate the 3 source powers. Instantly, whether it was the 9 heavens flame, the Xianin source water, or the fiery flame lightning strike wood, they all became restless. They had chosen Ling Han as their master, but their personality had not been completely erased. They had an instinctive urge to pursue independence. Ling Han thought for a while and decided to split out the 9 heavens flame first. This was the first source power that he had obtained, and reasonably it should be the first. Moreover, he did not have enough source powers now. When he broke through to Yin Soul and Earth Soul next, he would split out the Xianin source water and fiery flame lightning strike wood. There wouldn't be too much of a gap in time. He carefully extracted the 9 heavens flame from his dantian. It had already become one with him. No matter how he split it out, it would still have an unbreakable relation with him. A day later, the 9 heavens flame was fully split out, and hopped around in the palm of his right hand. Ling Han smiled faintly and pressed his right hand on the Yang Soul Stone in front of him. Immediately, the 9 heavens flame slipped in with a crackle. Boom, the Yang Soul Stone vibrated lightly, and then the tremors became stronger, but peace returned very soon. From the outside, the Yang Soul Stone had become transparent. One could clearly see a flame burning in its exact center, as if it had become an infant that was curled up. Vaguely, there would be slight tremors just like fetal movement. Ling Han sat down by the side and sensed the changes of the divided soul. In the next month, it would be the process of the divided soul transforming into human, and the changes of the divided soul would also affect him, thus breaking the limits of the severing mundane tier, and advancing into a new cultivation level. Time flew past, and the 9 heavens flame fetus was continuously nurtured. Gradually, it had assumed the appearance of an infant, and Ling Han had also begun undergoing a great transformation. The divided soul was actually the true self. Thus, when the divided soul underwent a massive change, the original would also change drastically. Dividing soul tier breakthrough. Boom. Ling Han's black locks flew upwards, his whole body covered with seals of great Tao. The black tower was also lightly trembling, as if some kind of change had taken place. Only after a whole 9 days did Ling Han's hair fall back down. The seals on his body had also dimmed, but another day later, his hair rose skywards again, and all the seals on his body lit up once more. Another 9 days later, peace returned once more to him, but after just another day, change took place again. It had been a month. The Yang Soul Stone had undergone a massive change. Through the transparent stone, a human figure could be clearly seen inside. He looked exactly like Ling Han, but multiple seals of fire had formed on his body. This was the benefit of using a source power as your divided soul. It could fully display its might. Kakaka, multiple cracks appeared on the surface of the Yang Soul Stone, as close as a spider's web. Then a bang was heard as the Yang Soul Stone suddenly cracked apart, and a figure leaped out. Ling Han's divided soul, or rather his Yang Soul, the Nine Heavens Flame divided soul. On the other side, the Empress, Hunyo and Bewitching Maiden Ro had also completed the last of their transformation. This process of breaking through to the dividing soul tier was the process of nurturing the divided soul. It was always a month's time. It would either succeed or fail. There was no such thing as you taking 1 month and me having to spend 2 months. Long tribulation clouds suddenly gathered above their heads. The heavenly tribulation was coming. Even in a natural mystery realm, on this kind of deep ocean bed, the heavenly tribulation would come when it willed, without the slightest bit of reservation. Ling Han released a battle cry, and went forth to greet the heavenly tribulation. Quang, the heaven and earth raged and lightning crashed. But Ling Han had already been able to suppress Yin Soul and match Earth Soul long ago, when he had just been at the 5th severance. Now that he had broken through, how far would his battle prowess go then? A true monarch tier could be invincible even with a gap of 2 levels. In other words, he would be able to easily suppress even Earth Souls, and would be able to match the early stage of Heaven Soul. With this kind of strength, what was a heavenly tribulation worth? Ling Han used the heavenly tribulation to temper his own self, but as his cultivation level progressed, the improvement to his physique had also become slower and slower, more and more difficult. Looks like I have to go and piggyback off of other people's heavenly tribulation, he thought. By now, half a day of tempering from the heavenly tribulation was not enough at all for him, and could not completely temper his physique. He finished enduring the heavenly tribulation, and the Empress and the others had also completed the last step of their breakthrough. They each set out to the center of the canyon. Haha, this time who can come and steal Nyo's food? Hunyo laughed loudly. Now she was not just one person but rather 2. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. The little girl indeed did justice to her name as a glutton. Others would think how much their battle prowess would increase with another doppelganger, but all her concentration was on food. The Empress did not speak. Instead, her figure trembled and 9 doppelgangers were split out. Then the Yang Soul also trembled and 9 doppelgangers were split out once more. Hunyo was dumbfounded. Originally, 1 fighting against 10 was already a great disadvantage, and now she only had 1 additional helper, while the other had another 10. Then wouldn't it be a greater disadvantage? Wayaya, this is bullying Nyo too far. Ling Han roared with laughter and said, "Come, let's get some more Yang Soul Stones and go and sell them." Chapter 2004. Selling Stones. Who knows how big the gap is between myself and Ji Wuming, Ling Han said. He did not believe that Ji Wuming too would be able to obtain natural purple-grade Yang Soul Stones, and even if the other party had used a fused purple Yang Soul Stone to break through, the gap in strength between him and Ling Han would still shrink. But would Ling Han be able to catch up? Ling Han did not know either. The reincarnated 9th Heaven Celestial King was really too awesome, and who knew what kind of terrifying celestial techniques Ji Wuming possessed. Then just battle. Ling Han's eyes shone blazingly, his fighting spirit soaring. They searched around in the canyon for a few more months, but did not find more purple-grade Yang Soul Stones, though they did find a considerable number of indigo ones. Let's go and make a sale. The 4 women returned once more into the Black Tower, and Ling Han broke through the invisible wall with the divine demon sword. Exiting through the waters, he floated towards the surface of the ocean. After breaking through to the dividing soul tier, his physique had again improved further, and with the improvement in his own strength, even the water pressure at the ocean bed could not pose much of a threat to him. Furthermore, because he had broken through in this ocean, the heaven and earth would not deliberately target him. Otherwise, a dividing soul tier would definitely die if they dared to enter into this space. Ling Han released the 9 heavens flame-divided soul. The two exchanged a smile, and the 9 heavens flame-divided soul quickly left. Naturally, it was to go and sell Yang Soul stones. Ling Han released the Empress, Hunyo and Bewitching Maiden Ro from the Black Tower. Actually, only Bewitching Maiden Ro was slightly inferior. The Empress and Hunyo were already capable of bearing the water pressure at the ocean bed. As they traveled, they continued to kill marine creatures on the way. In any case, after the Yang Soul Ocean closed, all the living creatures here would die, so it would be better for them to contribute something for them instead. Someone's ahead. Ling Han's eyes were sharp, and he discovered that there was presently a person battling fiercely with a marine creature. The 4 of them swam forwards. Shirdu was a king tier, and he was an unmatched prodigy in his own territory, but after coming into the Yang Soul Ocean, he discovered that king tiers were everywhere, and there was no small number of emperor tiers. Monarch tiers were noble and highly placed, and could only be looked up to. He withdrew all the arrogance that he had once had, and obediently began battling in this ocean, hunting marine creatures and fusing Yang Soul stones. His target was very simple, and that was a blue-grade Yang Soul stone. At first, this could not possibly be realized, but who asked the Yang Soul Ocean to be open for such an extraordinarily long period of time this time? He had close to 800 years to hunt. Then he could fuse all the Yang Soul stones he had obtained, and the possibility of him gaining a blue-grade Yang Soul stone would not be too low by then. However, the bullfight fish that he had encountered this time was really hard to kill. Its strength was in no way inferior to his. If it were not for the fact that it was a little weak in the IQ department, he actually would not want to drag out the battle. It was too dangerous, and there would be a possibility of him sustaining serious injury or even dying. Boom! The bullfight fish rushed forwards and crashed towards him with a frightening might. Brilliant seals shone upon its 2 sharp horns, causing the might of this charge to become incredibly terrifying. Shirdu hurriedly boosted all his concentration. The might of this charge was extremely strong, and he definitely could not underestimate it. He shot out a punch towards that bullfight fish. Suddenly, he stilled because at the very instant the bullfight fish was about to crash into him, it suddenly did not move. Ping ping ping. His fists pummeled the bullfight fish's body like a furious shower, smashing the head of the bullfight fish into mush. What was going on? Why was this bullfight fish not resisting? Was it deliberately seeking death? Just when he was confused, he saw that this bullfight fish actually moved. Fuck, it's come back to life. Shirdu was surprised, and then his eyes bulged. This bullfight fish was not moving on its own volition, but had rather been raised by someone. That was a young man, and he directed a smile at Shirdu. Brother, you want any Yang Soul stones? Shirdu would never forget this scene in his life. When he thought about this again afterwards, he felt that there was no difference between him and an idiot at that time, as he could only stare blankly at the man in front of him, having completely no idea what he should say. Oh, you don't? Then I'll ask someone else. Ling Han casually tossed the bullfight fish to one side. This was only a peak stage 4th severance marine creature. He could not even be bothered about the Yang Soul stone that it had nurtured. Even if he used it as fusion material, it would completely be a waste of time. Wait. Shirdu did not know why he had spoken up. With a sliver of hope he asked, "Are you selling Yang Soul stones? What grade is it?" Ling Han broke into a smile and said, "That would depend on what price you can offer." With a wave of his right hand, a pile of Yang Soul stones suddenly appeared in front of him. There were all kinds of grades, from green all the way to indigo. Shirdu immediately stared dumbly at this sight. Blue-grade Yang Soul stone was his ultimate target, but the other party had actually taken out indigo-grade Yang Soul stones, causing his heart to throb wildly. His first reaction was to snatch it for himself, yet his heart suddenly clenched. Even gathering yellow-grade Yang Soul stones was very difficult for him, but the other man could actually hunt indigo-grade marine creatures, so what kind of strength did he have? Snatching was completely a suicidal action. He swallowed, suppressed his greed and said, "I would like to buy this indigo one. How many star stones is it?" "Not much. 10 million is enough," Ling Han said smilingly. Additionally, if you don't have enough star stones, you may use godly metal or pseudo-divine metal to make up for the difference. As long as I'm satisfied, this Yang Soul Stone will belong to you. I'll look. Shirdu hurriedly exclaimed. 10 million star stones naturally was an astronomical sum, but as long as he was alive he would always be able to earn it back, but if he were to miss out on an indigo-grade Yang Soul Stone, then there would definitely be no next time. He was presently a king tier. If he could break through with an indigo-grade Yang Soul Stone, this could not allow him to advance to become an emperor tier, yet it would be enough to increase his ranking among king tiers greatly. Searching all over, Shirdu could only gather more than 6 million star stones, and added with godly metal, pseudo-divine metal, some alchemical pills, pseudo-celestial medicines, that was only worth around 8 million. He looked miserably at Ling Han, his eyes filled with stars, just looking at him anxiously. Ling Han sighed and said, "Fine, I'll sell it to you cheap." Thank you. Shirdu hurriedly expressed his thanks, feeling that Ling Han was the kindest man in this world. Ling Han was unconcerned. In any case, he could not bring the Yang Soul Stones out of this place and it would be a waste for him to keep them too. As long as he could sell them, it was good news. He stowed away all of Shirdu's wealth, and then stood up and left with the 3 women. A few days later they encountered people again. This time it was not just one but a small team formed of 7 people, and they were currently besieging a marine creature that had reached the 4th Severance's peak stage. Ling Han broke into a smile. Now he could sell some more. With a single step he had crossed the distance and directly killed that marine creature. Then he asked, "Everyone, do you want Yang Soul Stones?" Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded and could only stare stupidly at this person in front of them. It was as if they had encountered the most inconceivable thing that could happen in this world. "Yes," someone exclaimed. Ling Han nodded and smilingly said, "Clever choice." "Hey, you don't even know who he is, so how could you dare to just reply to him?" a companion rebuked softly. "Are you stupid? That is Ling Han, the Ling Han that has once fought Yi to a tie." "What, he is Ling Han?" With these words, all 7 of them looked at Ling Han with gazes of admiration like they were admiring an ultimate god. Ling Han was not concerned with that. With a wave of his right hand, he spread out a great amount of Yang Soul Stones and said, "Everyone, please choose as you will. I guarantee that every Yang Soul Stone is true and genuine, cheating neither old nor young." Instantly, the group of 7 all stared fixedly, no longer capable of removing their eyes from those Yang Soul Stones. Chapter 2005, Overflow. Ling Han had really not expected it. These 7 people did not have much strength, but they were actually all rich people. Each of them purchased an indigo-grade Yang Soul Stone, and threw out 10 million star stones without the slightest heartache, which filled Ling Han with self-doubt. Was he really an alchemist? He seemed to be very poor. He and the 3 women continued their advance. Very quickly, a legend spread around in this ocean. When you were completely off guard, a person would appear quietly, and ask if you wanted to buy anything. No Yang Soul Stones. After touring around the Yang Soul Ocean for over 100 years, Ling Han had sold off all the Yang Soul Stones, and after so many years he had completely stabilized his cultivation level, and his battle prowess had become increasingly frightening. It is time to return. Ling Han and his group floated to the ocean's surface, and searched for the way to return. At this time, they could see a considerable number of people had also emerged from the water as they, too, searched for the way to return. Breaking through to the dividing soul tier would only need a month's time. Thus, the majority of people would only attempt to break through to the dividing soul tier at the last moments. The time before that would all be spent on gathering Yang Soul Stones to obtain the highest grade of Yang Soul Stone possible. Now that it was close to the time for their return, it was natural that most people would commence their return. Those remaining would be close too, probably within the next month or 2. Ling Han. A furious roar was heard, world shaking in its volume. Ling Han stopped and turned around to see that Tongguang was presently approaching rapidly. Behind him was Lu Xianming, who had fallen behind by several hundred meters. The 2 of them had both broken through to the dividing soul tier. At first, Lu Xianming was completely unable to compare to Tongguang, but once they had broken through to the dividing soul tier, even the gap between monarch tier and king tier would shrink considerably. At least, Lu Xianming would no longer be left so far behind by Ma Tongguang that he could not even catch a glimpse of the latter. "Oh, it's you too, Trash," Ling Han said carelessly. "Trash." Immediately Ma Tongguang's fury spiked madly. He had broken through to the dividing soul tier, and had broken through with an indigo-grade Yang Soul Stone at that. This was very extraordinary. Thus, he had developed a high opinion of himself, and thought that there would be few that could compare to him. Ling Han. Yes, when he had been in the fifth severance, the other was indeed stronger than he was, but Ma Tongguang had broken through with an indigo-grade Yang Soul Stone, which had definitely left the former behind in his dust. By this time he no longer had the interest to feign civility with Ling Han. He had directly turned hostile. "You arrogant lowlife, die." Ma Tongguang's figure charged out, his right hand spread open. Shio, countless chains of regulations instantly shot out towards Ling Han. Behind him, Lu Xianming showed an evil smile. He had personally witnessed Ma Tongguang breaking through, and was deeply aware of just how strong the latter was, and he could only admire and worship him. And now Ma Tongguang was moving in fury, so he would definitely be able to kill Ling Han. Ling Han shook his head. When Ma Tongguang was in the fifth severance, he was already inferior to Ling Han, and now that the latter had broken through to the dividing soul tier with a perfect purple-grade Yang Soul Stone, not only had the gap between Ma Tongguang and himself not shrunk down, it had instead become even wider. He smiled faintly and swiped out casually. Pah! Ma Tongguang immediately sustained a slap. The celestial chains of regulations that filled the skies were also all shattered by this strike, and turned into bits of power of regulation before returning to the heaven and earth. What? Ma Tongguang was dazed, his whole mind filled with disbelief. He actually was still not on par with Ling Han. How could this be? He had broken through with an indigo-grade Yang Soul Stone. For this, he had even used a rare treasure that could cause serious injury to Earth soul-level marine creature. He had almost expended this rare treasure fully to finally gather 200 blue-grade Yang Soul Stones, which he then fused and refined into a single indigo-grade Yang Soul Stone. Could it be that Ling Han too possessed this kind of rare treasure? "Hey brother Lu, you have also broken through to the dividing soul tier." "Of course." "Oh right, what Yang Soul Stone did you use to break through?" "I fear I will scare you if I tell you indigo grade." "What, you also had an indigo grade?" Yours is indigo grade too." In the distance, a conversation between two people was heard, causing Ma Tongguang to turn around numbly. When he saw these two people, his mouth involuntarily gaped. That was because these two could just barely be considered as king tiers. He had seen them before, and with his memory he naturally would not forget whatever he had seen. They were only king tiers, yet had actually broken through with indigo-grade Yang Soul Stones. Then what was he so proud about? Ah, young Master Ling. Those two people spotted Ling Han as well and hurriedly ran over, thanking him profusely. "Young Master Ling, really thank you very much. If you had not sold indigo-grade Yang Soul Stones to us, we would only have been able to break through with green-grade Yang Soul Stones at most. I will definitely remember this kindness forever. In the future, as long as you have any command, I will definitely not refuse." After the two of them thanked him profusely, they left. Ma Tongguang's lips twitched madly. What? The indigo-grade Yang Soul Stones these two had were actually bought from Ling Han? Then Ling Han had to have broken through with an indigo-grade Yang Soul Stone. Otherwise, how could he possibly have extra Yang Soul Stones to sell? To say he had used a green-grade or blue-grade Yang Soul Stone to break through, yet had left better-grade Yang Soul Stones to sell to others, wouldn't that be an idiot? Grandmaster Ling. Another person rushed over and bowed to Ling Han. "Thank you for Grandmaster Ling's profound favor, allowing me to break through with an indigo-grade Yang Soul Stone." In quick succession there came another and another and another. Ma Tongguang was already completely numb. In his eyes, obtaining an indigo-grade Yang Soul Stone was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and even a monarch tier as strong as he still had to use a rare treasure from the Western Celestial Realm to be able to obtain it. What right did these pieces of trash here have to do the same? Lu Xianming was also gaping in shock. He had benefited considerably with his association with Ma Tongguang. When the latter hunted and obtained green-grade Yang Soul Stones, he did not even bother to collect them, and thus they had fallen into his pocket. Thus, he had fused 200 green-grade Yang Soul Stones into a blue-grade one, and thus broken through to the dividing soul tier. Lu Xianming had thought that he had gotten a powerful backer, but now... He quietly pulled one of them aside and asked, and almost passed out when he got his answers. The price was only a mere 10 million star stones. Lu Xianming was a 2-star alchemist, and also used to be a holy son of Alchemy City. His wealth was definitely several hundred million, so taking out 10 million was only a piece of cake for him, but now because he had followed the wrong person he would feel eternal regret. He was filled with hate and fury. Why did Ling Han have to oppose him? It's already enough that you had obtained so many indigo-grade Yang Soul stones, but why did you have to take them out? Everyone has broken through with an indigo-grade Yang Soul stone, so what feeling of superiority would you have left? Lu Xianming could not comprehend. How could there be such a person? Ling Han was practically a weirdo. What he did not know, though, was that Ling Han had actually broken through with a purple-grade Yang Soul stone. However, even if Ling Han had broken through with an indigo-grade Yang Soul stone, he would not have been concerned either. That was because he was filled with confidence in himself. If the two of them were in the same situation, he would definitely be stronger. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "You two clowns have been jumping around for so long, so it is about time I send you on your way to the afterlife." Without waiting for Ma Tongguang to speak again, his figure had already charged out like a dragon bursting out of the ocean vehemently into the skies. "Don't even think about it." Ma Tongguang gritted his teeth and drew out a furled scroll. He suddenly unfurled it and most of it was blank. Only the last section had a few seals. It was not discernible what exactly was written, but possessed an overbearing air that could suppress the dome of heaven. This was a treasure that had been bestowed by a celestial king. However, the celestial king tier was too strong, and a scroll of this quality was definitely incapable of bearing the power of a celestial king. Thus, the might had declined considerably. Even so, this could still easily erase the life of an Earth Soul elite. Die. Ma Tongguang shook the scroll strongly, and the remaining 7 seals suddenly lit up at the same time. Chapter 2006, Killing Ma Tongguang. 111. One after another, the seals on the scroll lit up, incredibly bright and ablaze. After reaching the pinnacle, these seals actually flew out of the scroll, and turned into multiple human figures. They were all as tall as 9 meters, their bodies exuding a fiery white light. 7 seals turned into 7 warriors, each and every one of them majestic and awe-inspiring. Initially, Ma Tongguang would only use a single seal every time, but now he was already deeply aware of how strong Ling Han was. Thus, he had directly activated all 7 of the Celestial King seals. The motive was very simple, and that was to kill Ling Han. He definitely did not want any unexpected accidents to happen. And quite interesting. Ling Han stepped out. With a tremor from his figure, a human figure walked out from his body. It was the 9 heavens flame-divided soul. Kill him. Ma Tongguang pointed at Ling Han. He had initially wanted to get Ling Han killed only after Ling Han went to the Western Celestial Realm, but now his fury was raging, and he had no further desire to wait any longer. Die. 7 light warriors surrounded Ling Han. They were all human figures, but their faces were completely indiscernible. Their facial features were all blurred. Boom. The light warriors moved at the same time, charging towards Ling Han. The 2 Ling Hans greeted the assault simultaneously. Peng peng peng, the battle suddenly became incredibly intense. Just what difference would arise from using different grades of Yang Soul stones to break through? If it was purple grade, the divided soul would be able to reach the absolute perfect level of battle prowess of the original, and for indigo grade it would be 90% and so on. Finally, when a dividing soul tier broke through to the Immortal Palace tier, they would return to the original. Thus, the stronger the divided souls were, the stronger battle prowess would naturally be upon breaking through to the Immortal Palace tier. In another aspect, the higher the grade of Yang Soul stone, the stronger one's strength would be at Yang Soul level. This was like 2 rivers that were of the same length, but one was wide while the other was narrow. In that case, which one had more water? The 2 Ling Hans had equal battle prowess and were mentally connected. If it were not for the fact that one of them contained the Black Tower inside his body, there was practically no difference between the original and the divided soul. Peng, the 2 Ling Hans battled the 7 light figures, the scene incredibly intense. Who has the upper hand? Someone asked from afar. Not clear. The person beside him shook his head. It indeed could not be seen clearly. Both Ling Han and the light warrior's strength soared to early stage heaven souls level, far surpassing ordinary dividing soul tiers, so who could discern it clearly? Yet the Empress and Hunyo showed a smile. They naturally could see clearly that Ling Han and the Light Warriors were actually tied. However, Ling Han was a real cultivator and had endless strength, while the Light Warriors were manifested from Celestial King tier seals, so how long could they last? Ling Han would definitely win this battle. Ultimately, Ma Tongguang was a monarch tier. He too could tell that the Light Warriors could not suppress Ling Han, and this stunned him incredibly. That was a Celestial King tier technique, and could easily suppress Earth Soul level elites, while Ling Han had only just advanced into the Dividing Soul tier. Even if he was a monarch tier and could be invincible even with a gap of 2 levels, Ling Han should still be losing no matter what in a clash of 7 against 2. Ma Tongguang was very clear. This Celestial King tier technique could only last for about 2 hours. If Ling Han still could not be killed within 2 hours, there would be no further opportunity. Gritting his teeth, Ma Tongguang also sent out his own doppelganger, which charged to attack Ling Han. Even if he was no match for Ling Han, he was also a noble Ma Tongguang, so how could his strength be underestimated? Boom. The 9 heavens flame divided soul's whole body began to burn with blazing flames. After it had gained its independence, the 9 heavens flame was also able to completely release its own might. This was the difference between him and the original Ling Han, and could be considered as the great ultimate move of a divided soul. Fiery flames burned the heaven and earth, and the 9 heavens flame divided soul greatly displayed his might, blocking all 7 light warriors single-handedly. Ling Han took the opportunity to charge towards Ma Tongguang. There was no meaning to continue the battle with the 7 light warriors. Killing Ma Tongguang was the real priority. Peng 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 peng. Without the light warriors restraining him, how could Ma Tongguang possibly be a match for Ling Han? He was completely at a disadvantage and blood sprayed endlessly from his body. He would probably be killed within the next 100 moves. Protect me? Ma Tongguang's heart shivered in fear, and he no longer dared to clash directly with Ling Han. They were both monarch tiers, but the gulf between the two of them was actually so wide. The 7 light warriors immediately charged towards Ling Han to clear a route through which Ma Tongguang could flee. Indeed, with the mad siege of the 7 great light warriors, Ling Han was trapped, and could not launch an attack at Ma Tongguang. This caused a flash of pleasure to show on Ma Tongguang's face, and he hurriedly turned and fled. As he was fleeing, a strong feeling of humiliation rose up in him. He was a noble monarch tier, and had even used a Celestial King tier rare treasure, and yet he could only flee piteously. This was a great humiliation that he had never experienced before. When he returned to the Western Celestial Realm, he would definitely murder Ling Han in revenge for this. Ling Han only smiled slightly. He had indeed been restrained, but Ma Tongguang had also forgotten one thing, and that was he was no longer a 5th severance, but rather a dividing soul tier elite. This meant that he still had a divided soul. Shio, the 9 heavens flame divided soul, charged out. The 7 light warriors were all focused on blocking Ling Han, so they naturally could not stop the 9 heavens flame divided soul as well. This Ling Han charged out without any obstruction, and shot out a punch at Ma Tongguang's back. No! Ma Tongguang exclaimed and hurriedly turned around to parry. However, because he was fully concentrated on fleeing, how could he possibly manage to turn around in time? Peng, the punch landed and flames filled the skies. One of the 9 heavens flame divided soul's fists had already penetrated through Ma Tongguang's chest. Ma Tongguang's eyes were blank. He lowered his head slightly to look at his chest, and a disbelieving expression appeared on his face. He opened his mouth to say something, but with a tilt of his head, he was already completely dead. Just how frightening was the destructive power of the 9 heavens flame? His heart had been directly exploded, so how could he possibly still be alive? Lu Xianming couldn't help but shudder in fear. Ma Tongguang was a representative of the Western Celestial Realm, and Ling Han had still killed him without any mercy. In comparison, what was Lu Xianming even worth? The latter was just a 2-star alchemist and a former holy son, so how could he compare to Ma Tongguang? Just at this moment, the 7 light warriors flashed and suddenly disappeared. Time was up. Ling Han strode towards Lu Xianming, his eyes cold. Lu Xianming, as you have had some accomplishments in alchemy, I ignored some of your little actions. But you have repeatedly provoked me, and that was only seeking your own death. No, you cannot kill me, I too am a citizen of Alchemy City. Lu Xianming shouted. This is cleaning the house. Ling Han shot out a punch. Bang! Lu Xianming directly burst and turned into a shower of blood. Ling Han clapped his hands, looking relaxed. Let's go, this place isn't fun at all," Wuxia urged. Ling Han nodded, and the four of them continued their advance. Having killed an envoy from the Western Celestial Realm, can you deal with it? The Empress asked. I'll deal with whatever comes. Who asked that guy to repeatedly want to make a move on me, and even dare to have ideas about you girls? Ling Han said with extreme displeasure. The Empress nodded and did not say anything further. She was an incredibly proud person, and thought that everyone in the world should worship her. If Ling Han killed an insignificant person, so what? Wuxia will protect Ling Han. Wuxia clung onto one of Ling Han's arms. So lovey-dovey. A laugh rang out behind Ling Han and his group. Instantly Ling Han's fighting spirit blazed. Slowly he turned around and spat out word by word, "Ji Wuming." Chapter 2007, Not Weak. Ji Wuming was still dressed completely in white, elegant and untouched by mortal affairs. This time, none of you will be able to escape. A vicious light shone from Ji Wuming's eyes. He desperately longed for all their bloodlines and yearned even more to obtain Ling Han's treasure. For a ninth heaven celestial king to have thought about something for so long without completing it was an inconceivable matter. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Then let's have a battle." Ling Han's fighting spirit soared sky-high. Ji Wuming was the first opponent of the same cultivation level that Ling Han had faced multiple times without being able to win. This caused a sense of obstinacy in him, wanting to surpass. Ling Han took the initiative to charge out. Endless regulations rippled out, and he sent out a palm strike, shaking the 9 heavens. Ignorant. Ji Wuming scoffed and flicked out a finger. The sharpness and violence of regulation of slaughter exploded, and there was a streak of regulation of metal embedded within as well, as if nothing could not be sliced, nothing could not be shattered, and nothing could not be destroyed. Puh. The two of them exchanged strikes once. Suddenly, shockingly massive waves were brought forth on the great ocean, and regulations of the great Tao were rolling in them. If smacked by the waves, it was probable that ordinary fourth severances would be directly knocked unconscious. The splashes descended, and Ling Han and Ji Wuming faced each other 300 meters apart, making no further moves. A wave of peril surged up in Ji Wuming's heart. Though it was still he who had the upper hand in that clash previously, the advantage was no longer so obvious. How is this possible? It should be known that he had broken through to the dividing soul tier with a purple grade Yang soul stone. Though it was a fused one and not a natural one, aside from reincarnated celestial kings like himself, who else could gain enough indigo grade Yang soul stones to fuse into a purple grade one? But the gap between him and Ling Han had only shrunk down a little, and there was only one possibility for that. The latter had used a natural purple grade Yang soul stone to break through to the dividing soul tier. Gasp. For the first time Ji Wuming looked serious. He looked at Ling Han for a while and then suddenly broke into a smile and said, "I understand. It is because of that treasure. Not bad to actually allow trash to surpass me in a certain aspect. As expected of a precious treasure." He was very rueful. He was a noble ninth heaven celestial king who had experienced who knew how many epochs, and above him were only heavenly venerates that could be counted on one hand. He had reincarnated and begun cultivation from the very beginning again. Then he should attain perfection the whole way through, and no one would be able to surpass him. Yet Ling Han had managed to do so. A heavenly venerable tier precious treasure, it was indeed a heavenly venerable tier precious treasure. "I'll take it." Ji Wuming shouted lightly, and launched a fierce offensive. "Just because you said you'll take it, you will? Who do you think you are?" Ling Han asked coldly. His hands balled into fists and proceeded to counter without the slightest show of weakness. In battle prowess, there was indeed still some gap between himself and Ji Wuming, but in terms of physique, Ling Han was much too superior, and he was completely capable of matching the latter. Ji Wuming decisively released his divided soul, and Ling Han also summoned the 9 heavens flame divided soul. The two great monarch tiers 4 figures clashed, and like lightning traveling back and forth, they used all that they could. Ha! Ji Wuming was once again surprised. A piece of trash like you is actually aware that you should split out a source power as your divided soul. Apologies, I shocked you. Ling Han swiped out a finger and the heaven-destroying 9 swords was used, each strike fiercer than the last. Wicked mouth. Wuming stated calmly. Even if Ling Han's strength had caught up with his rapidly, Wuming was still the one who had the initiative. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them clashed fiercely. Though Ling Han still had a slight disadvantage, it was no longer very obvious. Added with his physique that was not just a bit stronger, it was enough for him to make up for the shortcoming in his battle prowess, and truly possess the ability to pose a threat to Wuming. Wuming's expression was slightly solemn. In his last life he had experienced who knew how many battles. In fact, he had even slaughtered 9th Heaven celestial kings before, and there was nothing else in this world that could move him. He only felt that this was slightly intractable. If he could not kill Ling Han, how was he supposed to snatch the treasure the latter possessed? Ling Han too began to gradually understand. He finally knew just why Wuming was so strong. Firstly, the latter was more detailed in his use of regulations. Ling Han had been able to distinguish this fact since long ago, but if he himself were to reach this kind of height, he could only depend on a slow buildup of experience over time. Secondly, Wuming had grasped more regulations, and could agilely use them in unison. Thus, the battle prowess that he could show was stronger. Since he had been a 9th Heaven celestial king, then naturally he had grasped a great Tao to its pinnacle to have been able to attain this kind of height. But celestial kings truly had an unlimited lifespan, and when they had reached the 9th Heaven where there was no further space to advance, what were they to do? Naturally to go and cultivate other regulations. Over an endless stretch of time, even an idiot would be able to grasp some, what more when such naturally gifted extraordinary prodigies the likes of a 9th Heaven celestial king. Perhaps Wuming had grasped all the regulations there were. Even if not all of them had reached the level of 9th Heaven, it should not be difficult for them to reach the level of celestial king tier. What did that mean? The other party's body possessed all the source powers of heaven and earth. Hence, Wuming was incredibly powerful in this lifetime. Celestials clashed in terms of regulations. If both sides had the same cultivation level, and the other party had grasp of more regulations, the latter naturally was stronger. This was a matter of course. Ling Han suddenly had an enlightenment. To truly surpass Wuming, he had to exert more effort in terms of regulations, and grasp even more regulations of the Great Tao. Only then would he be able to match and surpass the other man. It was at this instant that Ling Han had complete confidence that Wuming was not someone that could not be surpassed. There absolutely was a possibility. He laughed, his fighting spirit blazed. 6 arms spread out, sword, fist, palm strike used all at the same time, their might astonishing. Mere party tricks. Wuming smirked coldly, and similarly used various celestial techniques, battling with Ling Han. The two super monarch tiers clashed, both completely releasing their full strength, captivating the spectators' hearts uncontrollably. How could they be so powerful? This was a question that popped up in everyone's hearts. Even those that had successfully broken through to the dividing soul tier felt an impulse to kneel down and worship. There really were prodigies that could drive others to hopeless despair in this world. Battle, battle, battle. Ling Han was slowly turning his disadvantage around. Firstly, his physique was too strong. It was fine even if he got hit a few times, but if Wuming was hit, that was true damage. Once the number of times he took hits increased and the time stretched out, it would definitely affect his battle prowess. Secondly, Ling Han's use of regulations was becoming more and more proficient. For a battle prodigy like himself, the stronger the opponent he encountered, the more it could force out his potential, and the rate of his growth would be astonishingly quick. Boom. In an intense clash, Wuming withdrew himself and retreated. He stared at Ling Han for a while and said, "I have to admit that the indestructible heaven scroll is indeed the strongest technique to temper the physique in this world." Ling Han felt his mind jolt wildly. Though he had long since guessed that Wuming was perhaps aware of the origins of the Black Tower, that was only a guess after all. Now, hearing the latter actually speak it out, his heart had still clenched. Indestructible heaven scroll, this was the first time he had heard an outsider say these words. Wuming broke into a smile and said, "I can do nothing to your defense at present. However, I will bring a celestial tool that would be able to easily penetrate your physique. Brat, protect yourself well. Everything that you possess belongs to me." Ha 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 ha. Wuming laughed madly and strode off. The final words were very ambiguous, but Ling Han did not have the slightest intention to dispute them. The next time they met, he would become even stronger, and even in terms of battle prowess he would be able to suppress Wuming. Definitely. Chapter 2008, Heading to the Western Celestial Realm. Ling Han, you are so awesome. Hunyeo was the first to leap over and climb onto Ling Han's back, waving her tiny hands continuously. The Empress also leaned into his embrace, her expression rippling. From the moment Wuming appeared, he was like a great mountain that could not be surpassed. Even super monarch tiers like them could only look up at him, but now Ling Han actually managed to stop Wuming single-handedly. How could this not make them incredibly excited? I want. The Empress leaned close to Ling Han's ear and lightly said these words. Her fragrant breath assailed Ling Han's nape, warm and hot. Ling Han instantly shivered. The Empress was like a pool of water in front of him, indescribably seductive. Hunyeo wants too. Hunyeo was not willing to admit defeat either, her tiny hands groping around on Ling Han's chest. Willful. With a hurried wave of his hand, Ling Han had taken all three women into the Black Tower. He had tossed Hunyeo and bewitching Maiden Ro to one side, and left quickly with the Empress in his arms. Stupid Ling Han. Stupid Ling Han. Hunyeo yowled in anger. Why was this damn guy always unwilling to have babies with her? Bewitching Maiden Ro's eyes were also soft and wet. She had long since been conquered by Ling Han, and the moment she thought about how Ling Han and the Empress would be physically entangled with each other, her face involuntarily flushed, and she felt her body become boiling hot, as if something was about to surge from her body. Damn enemy! She crossed her legs, her gaze so resentful that even a man of stone would feel his heartbeat quicken at the sight. A day later, Ling Han finally brought the three women out of the Black Tower, and continued their journey. The Empress looked radiant from the love she had enjoyed, which increased her beauty even further, and Ling Han was also energetic and invigorated. In the last few hundred years, they had all been searching for Yang Soul Stones, and had not thought about that matter at all. Bad Ling Han. Hunyeo hates you. Hunyeo was peeved. Ling Han comforted her for a while and took out some grilled meat. Amidst the fragrant aroma, Hunyeo immediately drooled madly, and had forgotten completely about the matter of her jealousy. Another month later they had finally returned to the entrance, and headed upwards through the passage. Water splashed in all directions. The four of them emerged from the water. The sunlight that they had missed descended on them, sunny and clear skies above them. The Yang Soul Ocean was currently undergoing a powerful change. The seven-colored rainbow had long since turned white, and these white bands of light were also shaking continuously, as if they would be shattering at any moment. Once the rainbow shattered, it meant that the Yang Soul Ocean had closed, and the next time it opened, it would be 100 million years later. Thus, those that had not come out by then would be left behind eternally in the Yang Soul Ocean. After waiting for 17 days, the white rainbow also vanished. Ling Han made a calculation. There were a total 752 people that had come, and on their return there were only 421 people. Among them, 74 had broken through to the dividing soul tier, while the remaining people had failed and could only wait for the next time. Among those that had come to Yang Soul Ocean this time, aside from those limited few that had been tortured by the Immortals' tribulation, and had to break through or their lifespans would be severed with nothing left, all the others had enough confidence, and that was why they would come and take risks here. But among more than 700 people, only less than 100 had successfully broken through, which showed just how hard the dividing soul tier was to attain. The battleship activated, returning to Alchemy City. Hunyeo came to inform Ling Han that in these 700 years, celestial kings had moved to apprehend Ling Han. That was due to the trouble that Ling Han had caused when he had killed 6 monarch tiers in the Three Blooms Valley. How could the forces behind them possibly give up the matter easily? Monarch tiers, even for celestial king tier forces, were very hard to nurture. At least, they would have to be 5th heaven celestial king tier forces and above. And now they were slaughtered, so naturally celestial kings would have to interfere. However, all of them had been chased off by Lu Herong. She had not appeared, yet had always been guarding Hunyeo from the vicinity, and had helped Ling Han deal with some small problems while she was at it. Realization dawned on Ling Han. No wonder there were no celestial king tier forces that came to cause trouble for him all this while, so it was Lu Herong that had interceded. We'll go back to Alchemy City first and then, we will go to the Western Celestial Realm. After spending more than a year's time traveling, they finally returned to Alchemy City. Upon dealing with some miscellaneous tasks, Ling Han bade farewell to Grandmaster Zi Cheng, brought the four women together with Shirlei and Shiryu, and headed to the seas of the Eastern Celestial Realm. Standing at the ship's prow, Ling Han was slightly rueful. Initially he should have gone to the Western Celestial Realm close to 1,000 years ago, yet because two ascending origin tiers had battled fiercely, he was innocently dragged in, and in the end he had gone to Alchemy City instead, where various events had occurred. And now he was finally going to set out again to the Western Celestial Realm. Furthermore, this time, there was a fourth heaven celestial king standing guard, so it should probably be assured, right? Xiao Lu Hairong's figure flashed, and finally appeared on the battleship. After entering into the boundless seas, all of you behave yourselves, she said solemnly. Senior, you are a fourth heaven celestial king. Ling Han was surprised. Even a fourth heaven celestial king could not move unhindered in the boundless seas. Lu Hairong scoffed and said, if you want to die you can give it a try. Ugly, don't speak like that to Nyo's Ling Han. When Nyo jumped out first, Lu Hairong couldn't help but feel speechless. Nyo was so besotted with this man, and she was completely helpless about it. There are a considerable number of primitive creatures in the boundless seas, Nyo explained to Ling Han. When the world first began, the first batch of creatures became celestial kings, but not all creatures' intelligence developed. In the boundless seas, there are a great many powerful creatures. They are like the lowest grade of wild beasts, and the only meaning of their lives is survival. If we accidentally barge into their territory, that would be very terrible. But Nyo likes it. The little girl giggled, looking like she delighted in seeing the world in chaos. Ling Han nodded. The development of the eastern and western celestial realms was faster, and the majority of creatures had gained their own intelligence, but the creatures in the seas were slower and were still muddle-headed. Close to 4 months later, the battleship arrived at the end of the eastern celestial realm, and further ahead of them was the boundless sea. After they crossed it, it would be the western celestial realm, another world with a higher overall level of cultivation and alchemy. In that world, there were Ling Han's parents, his lovers, and his son. Ling Han couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by emotion. As long as he was not thinking about it, it was fine, but once he thought of them, he became incredibly excited. If his son walked the normal path, there should be many generations of descendants by now, wouldn't there? The moment he thought that he was going to become a grandfather, or even great-grandfather, or great-great-grandfather, Ling Han couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He truly had not prepared himself enough for that. Let's go. With a turn of Lu Hairong's slender hand, the battleship sped up towards the ocean. The strength of a celestial king could not be described with words. Ling Han and the women all looked from the bow of the ship, admiring the scenery they passed. There was no shift of night and day in the celestial realm. If there was any sun or moon, that ordinarily would be a sun or moon that had been refined by an ascending origin tier or even stronger grade elite using supreme techniques. And in the boundless seas, there was naturally no great elite that had that much idle time and created a sun and moon here. Thus, everything here was very primitive. However, there were still stars in the celestial realm. Countless stars were scattered across the skies. This boundless sea naturally could not be dark, but it could not be considered bright in any sense of the word. The scenery of the heaven and earth seemed like they were eternally unchanging. Stars were spread out above their heads, while the endless sea stretched out beneath them. Boom! All of a sudden, a giant hand appeared out of nowhere, striking out at the battleship. Chapter 2009, Sniped by Celestial Kings. A massive hand, coming out of nowhere, was suddenly spreading out its boundless might, its viciousness soaring sky-high. 7 Clouds King. Lu Hairong barked furiously, her slender hand moving to greet the incoming blow from the skies. She was a celestial king, and supreme mystical power was at her command with only a casual move. Endless celestial light of great Tao was entwined around her hand as she sent out a palm strike towards that enormous hand. Boom. The two colossal hands crashed into each other, and cracks appeared in them at the same time. The light of great Tao swayed and trembled, which spread to the surface of the sea, giving rise to a tsunami wave that was at least 3,000 meters tall, radiating out in all directions. Despicable and shameless. Lu Hairong rebuked again. Gaga, this is called complete elimination. Amidst a loud cackle, this large hand reformed once and delivered a strike. Who's scared of you? Lu Herong brandished a fist in response, not afraid in the slightest. Boom. The strength of both sides was close. After this clash, the hands that both sides had sent out shattered once more, neither able to suppress the other. But just at this moment, another massive hand appeared, delivering a strike from a slanted angle. Ink Poison King. This time an expression of shock appeared on Lu Hairong's face. They had actually mobilized 2 celestial kings to snipe her, or to be more precise, snipe Hunyo. When they left the rock palace, the senior elder had especially cast a secret technique to conceal them from destiny so that the whereabouts of their whole group could not be predicted. But now the enemies were lying in ambush on the seas, clearly showing that they were informed about their whereabouts. Could it be that a traitor had appeared in the midst of the rock palace? This caused a chill to overcome her entire body. Peng, she had not finished the thought when a palm strike had struck her from behind. Though she had parried with a conspiracy against a party that had not expected it, what more when it was a pincer attack from 2 celestial kings, how could she possibly manage to parry the blow completely? A loud bang rang out and the battleship instantly crumbled. A halo of light enshrouded Ling Han and the rest. That was the protection that Lu Herong had exerted on them. With another wave of her hand, Xiao, Ling Han and the others instantly disappeared without a trace. And teleported off? A voice was heard from the clouds. Old Ink, you go and pursue those people. You must kill the reincarnated body of Yun. Got it, another person replied, and there was no more sound to be heard. Don't even think about it. Lu Herong hurriedly went to intercept. See, Heavenly King, your opponent is me. Boom, a massive hand struck down, blocking Lu Hairong's path. Lu Herong was overcome with anxiety. Though she knew that Hunyo possessed many ways of saving her life, the latter could not possibly escape from the hands of a celestial king. Now, the only hope she had left was Ling Han, who was the descendant of that lord, so perhaps, maybe, it was possible? Xiao, Ling Han and the others all dropped down from the skies, falling towards that boundless great sea beneath them. Ling Han hurriedly stretched out his hands and grabbed the 4 women. So fun, so fun. Hunyo laughed loudly, looking not the slightest bit like she had been shocked. This girl was really quite insensitive. Ling Han's brow wrinkled into a frown. This time, it really was a case of bystanders suffering. While the rock palace was indeed powerful, its enemies were not weak either. To make a move brazenly in the boundless seas, and even if they did have a celestial king guarding them, so what? The other side had sent 2 of them. One celestial king is enough to restrain Senior Lu, and if the other celestial king catches up with us, Ling Han said with a deep hum. Then we're dead, the Empress finished. No matter how confident they were in themselves against a celestial king, there was not the slightest possibility that they could survive. All enter into the Black Tower. Ling Han stretched out his hands again, drawing everyone into the Black Tower. At this time, even a lower-level celestial king would not be able to sense them. A mustard seed dropped down from the skies, fell into the sea waters and drifted along the flow of the water. One celestial light surged and a man appeared noiselessly. His build was not very tall, but he was just standing there in space, and he was like a great mountain that would never crumble, and others could only look up to him in awe. The Ink Poison King. Strange, according to the ripples in space, those 5 people have indeed appeared here. The Ink Poison King stretched out a hand, lightly rubbing. He was capturing the ripple in the regulations of space. I also sensed the auras of 5 people, yet they have suddenly disappeared again like they do not belong in this dimension. Strange. He searched in the surroundings, and the more he searched, the more astonished he was because Ling Han and the others really seemed like they had disappeared into thin air. Boom, waves came to rise on the seas, and a massive sea dragon appeared, presently riding the winds and waves. I actually entered the territory of a dark dragon. The Ink Poison King frowned. There is not the slightest advantage in a fight. I had best withdraw first. If these 5 people are really nearby, then there will be no need for me to move at all, as they would die in the hands of this dark dragon. He was incredibly decisive and immediately turned and left directly. In the distance, the sea dragon swam over and roared furiously at the skies. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, stars fell from the skies. The might of a celestial king was really too frightening. Just a roar was capable of making stars fall from the skies. After a very long while, the sea dragons sank back into the great sea and tranquility returned. Ling Han and the others stayed inside the Black Tower, allowing the sea waves to take them along. It should not be my fault this time, right? Ling Han asked. He had a halo of trouble following him, and always managed to unconsciously cause trouble, but this time, it was clearly unrelated to him. That is not definite, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden said smilingly. If she had not been with you, husband, Hunyo might not have met with an ambush either. That's right, Hunyo hurriedly asserted with a nod. Ling Han laughed loudly and asked, Nyo, just what forces has your rock palace made enemies with? One is called Four Seas Palace. Their imperial empress is a lunatic that keeps wanting to eliminate our rock palace, and even Nyo has been dragged into the matter, Hunyo declared angrily. Ling Han and the others listened to Hunyo explain the details, and they were involuntarily moved. The Four Seas Palace was extremely large. Their master was a woman called Shang Jiwei who had set her heart on destroying the rock palace, and this woman was a ninth heaven celestial king. Even in the entire celestial realm, her strength placed her as one of the very best. If it were not for the fact that the rock palace still had a senior elder that was struggling on whilst at death's door, forcibly holding on, this powerful force would have long since been razed to the ground. Even now the rock palace did not have an easy time. The majority of their members were in hiding. The moment they left the territory of the rock palace, they could possibly encounter a frontal assault, turning their difficult efforts of cultivation for millions and millions of years into nothing. When Nyo becomes a ninth heaven celestial king, Nyo will definitely kick that lunatic's brat, no, *s rape her. Hunyo growled angrily. Ling Han couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This little girl had definitely been led astray by him. Inside the Black Tower they floated along with the flow of the water. At least a month had already passed, yet they still did not dare to leave the Black Tower. There was a celestial king standing guard outside waiting for them, so what was a mere months of drifting along worth? It was not safe at all. They did not waste their time either. They continued to cultivate inside the Black Tower, and since the upper limits of their cultivation level had been unsealed, there was no worry that they would be wasting time. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. They had already spent 100 years inside the Black Tower. Furthermore, they had also used the time acceleration effects of the Black Tower and the comprehension of Tao underneath the reincarnation tree. Those like Ling Han, the Empress, and Hunyo had already pushed their cultivation level to middle stage Yang Soul. Bewitching Maiden Ro was slightly inferior, but she was also close to middle stage Yang Soul. We should be able to go out now, right? They discussed a while and decided that they could not stay forever inside the Black Tower. Ling Han's figure flashed and appeared outside the Black Tower. Suddenly, a frightening aura swept over, and a colossal hand was grabbing over at a speed faster than lightning. Fuck, that celestial king was still standing guard. Chapter 2010, Profit from a Disaster. Ling Han cursed internally, and hurriedly ducked back into the Black Tower. Ugh, he groaned lowly. He had indeed entered into the Black Tower, but he had still been swept a little by the celestial king tier aura, causing at least 90% of the bones in his body to break, and they were all shattered at that. Too terrifying. The attack of the celestial king had not hit him at all, but merely being swept by the aura had caused the physique that Ling Han had been so proud of to fully crumble. This was what a celestial king was. The pinnacle of all. Every casual movement represented the Tao of heaven and earth. Ling Han. The Empress and the others hurriedly gathered around him. Ling Han exhaled heavily and said through clenched teeth, I'm fine. I won't die from this. You still say that you're fine, but even your D***CK is destroyed. Hunyo's expression was filled with grief. Whoa. Stupid Ling Han, you haven't had babies with Nyo yet. Fuck, where are your eyes looking? Ling Han hurriedly channeled a drop of indestructible true fluid. Usually, when this drop of indestructible true fluid was channeled, his injuries should immediately recover in a very short amount of time, yet they did not do so now. Though he had just been slightly grazed by a celestial king's aura, the martial intent of a celestial king was still contained within. If it was not erased, even the indestructible true fluid could do nothing. After all, there was too large a disparity in the level of both sides. What kind of celestial king is this, to actually ambush a few dividing soul tiers? Ling Han ridiculed. It could only be said that a celestial king's patience was really too good. Who knew how many epochs he had been alive for? To him, waiting 100 years, 1,000 years or even 1,000,000 years was nothing. It could not be said to pass in a snap of the fingers, but it was still no big deal. In comparison, the patience of Ling Han and his party was too poor. I will heal my injuries first. Ling Han sat down at one side and stimulated the power of the Black Tower, trying to erase the willpower of the Celestial King. This was too difficult. What was a Celestial King? That was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of great Tao. Even if Ling Han possessed the Black Tower, erasing the willpower of a Celestial King was still as difficult as ascending the heavens. He endlessly fought with this streak of Celestial King tier willpower, commencing a tug-of-war inside his body, and making progress only with great difficulty. If this had not been inside the Black Tower, and if it had not been for the fact that he cultivated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, which overwhelmed Celestial King tier in terms of level, there would have been absolutely no possible way that he could expel the Celestial King tier willpower. He would only be slowly obliterated by the latter. If it was not so overbearing, how could a Celestial King be qualified to be called as a Celestial King, and stand at the pinnacle of Tao? Ling Han forgot all else and concentrated on resisting the Celestial King tier willpower. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years. Time passed quickly and 100,000 years had passed inside the Black Tower, and Ling Han had finally gotten the upper hand. He had not achieved victory in this war, but merely gotten the upper hand. He finally knew how he should deal with this Celestial King tier willpower, and what made him even more pleasantly surprised was that through this kind of tug-of-war, his application of regulations had become even more meticulous and proficient. He had a feeling that his present battle prowess was definitely much stronger than it had been 100 years ago. Firstly, it was because his cultivation level had increased, and secondly, his grasp of regulations had reached a meticulous and detailed extent. Only in that manner would he be able to clearly understand the profound mysteries of the Celestial King tier willpower, and be able to expel it. Of course, this was only a streak of aura from a Celestial King. If he had really been struck, then no matter how detailed his grasp of regulations was, it would have been completely ineffective. Ling Han continued to resist the streak of willpower, and time passed swiftly. 100 years, 200 years, 500 years, and Ling Han finally opened his eyes once more. A whole 500,000 years had passed within the Black Tower. The Celestial King tier willpower had finally dispersed completely. It really was troublesome. A whole 600 years, and the time inside the Black Tower was 600,000 years even, and only then did he manage to expel a streak of martial intent. Ling Han, are you fine now? Hu Niu and the other women all approached. Ling Han nodded and said, I'm fine now and I can be considered to have profited from this disaster. His cultivation level had already reached late-stage Yang Soul. This was a genuine improvement, and the improvement that could not be seen was his practical use of regulations. The present he was a little like Wuming. He clearly was at the same cultivation level as his peers, yet could drive others to despair. Don't know if that detestable guy has left or not, Hu Niu said with a pout. He might not have left, but we have encountered a considerable number of huge waves in these several centuries, so we should have left that area far behind. Even the divine sense of a Celestial King can only cover a limited area. We should have exited that area. Ling Han exited the Black Tower, preparing himself to flee immediately, but after waiting for half a day, the sea was still completely tranquil, and no one made a move to attack him. Wang. A large ship suddenly appeared in the distance, rapidly heading in his direction. Ling Han looked closely, and saw that there was a flag raised on the large ship. The flag held a falcon that fluttered in the wind and looked very lifelike. This was a merchant ship. The boundless sea was not a dead area. Instead, there would be frequent merchant ships traveling to and fro. Though it was very dangerous, the profit was also extremely high. In the boundless seas, there were basically no rumors about pirates appearing. The danger mostly came from itself. There were too many powerful living creatures here, and some of them could even make Celestial Kings frown. Thus, those traveling merchants that dared to do business on the boundless seas had to have elites acting as their protective escort. Young man, come on board. When the large ship passed him, it did not stop. Instead, a rope was thrown over and just stopped a foot away in front of Ling Han. Ling Han stretched out a hand to grab it and pulled strongly. Then, his whole person flew forwards and he landed steadily on the deck. Was your merchant ship attacked by a Sea King class? There was a large man standing on the deck, and the other end of the rope was grasped in his hand. In the boundless seas, those powerful immortal beasts that had reached Celestial King tier would be called Sea King class. Ling Han thought for a moment and then replied, more or less. 2 Celestial Kings could also be considered Sea King class, right? If the Ink Poison King and the 7 Clouds King knew, they would definitely be fuming with rage. He had actually compared them to vicious beasts of the sea that lacked intelligence. Wasn't that mocking them? We are going to the Western Celestial Realm. If you are heading that way too, then we'll allow you to hitch a ride. However, there is no free lunch in this world. You would have to power the formation every day, and this will be considered your travel fee, the large man said. All right. Ling Han agreed. The large man arranged a room for him, and Ling Han would go to the bottom of the large ship, powering the formation every day with the other sailors, and exerting a driving force for the ship. After several days, Ling Han had also gotten familiar with all the sailors. This merchant ship belonged to the Qin clan, and the Qin clan was an ascending origin tier level force. The Qin clan had a total of 11 large-scale merchant ships, and every merchant ship would have an ascending origin tier great elite standing guard. As long as they did not encounter any Sea King class, they basically wouldn't get into any form of trouble. The large man that had previously allowed Ling Han on board was named Qin Wei, and he was an Immortal Palace tier elite. He had a candid character and was fond of making friends. If that had not been the case, he would not have meddled in other people's business and given Ling Han a hand. On this day, Ling Han was presently resting inside the ship. The conditions here were very poor, so he did not release the 4 women Shiryu and Shirlei. With a boom, the ship shuddered violently. What was it? Had they been attacked again? The ship shook repeatedly, and the strength of the tremors was gradually increasing. Oh no, we've encountered a giant tsunami wave, someone gasped. Chapter 2011, Super Tsunami. Ling Han sighed in relief. Ultimately, he was not a great bringer of calamity that would constantly attract all kinds of enemies. But thinking further, did natural disasters not count? He was very depressed. Could it be that there was not one time when he could just peacefully travel, have a meal, or take a nap? Everyone on the ship started moving. Those that had to go on the deck went, those that were to go to the helm went, and they were all making preparations to meet the tsunami. Ling Han also arrived at the deck. Casting his gaze further, he saw that a massive wave as tall as 30 kilometers had shockingly appeared ahead of them, and it was presently crashing down in their direction. And amidst the wave he could also clearly see multiple seals rippling and glowing. Thus, this was not an ordinary large wave, but was the equivalent of an overwhelming blow from an elite. At least ascending origin tier and level. Ling Han stared at those seals for a while and immediately came to a conclusion. To ask him to determine the cultivation level of someone that was stronger than himself was very difficult, but the seals of Great Tao could not be clearer. They could directly reflect the strength of an attack. This was definitely ascending origin tiers level. If Ling Han were to simply approach just like that, he would probably be crushed to pieces directly. Quick, everyone stimulate the protective formation, someone called out loudly from the sidelines. Ling Han also leaped over. Since he had already boarded their ship, he naturally had to do his duty now that they had encountered danger. There was only a protective formation on the ship, but there were more than a dozen formation eyes, through which one could input origin power, and activate the might of the formation. Ling Han did not keep anything reserved and put his all into it. Wung, this formation eye immediately lit up. Wung, 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 the formation eyes lit up one after another, and the protective formation of the ship had also been activated, forming an oval-shaped shield of light. Peng, the waves assaulted, heavily slamming into the light shield, and causing the light shield to tremble for a while. This massive wave was not just a powerful attack, but was also a slam of power of regulations. Boom boom boom. The crest of the wave rolled past, and regulations endlessly struck, causing the protective light shield to become weaker and weaker. Boom, this massive wave finally passed completely, and the protective light shield also crumbled completely with a tremor. Thankfully it was already over. If the protective formation had crumbled just a little bit earlier, they would all have been in big trouble. Yet before they could manage to feel joy, they saw that another massive wave was heading towards them. There was actually another. Everyone was stunned and hurriedly went off to stimulate the formation again. With the concentrated and completely unreserved efforts of everyone, the light shield reappeared. Pum. The massive wave hit. The light shield trembled strongly, and looked to be on the brink of crumbling at any time. This time they were also very lucky. The protective formation had crumbled after the large wave had swept over it. But behind this giant wave there was a third one. Was there no end to it? No one had the time to curse as they once again stimulated the formation. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. These tsunami waves were practically endless. One after another came in assault as if they would never stop. When more than 700 massive waves had swept over them, everyone was panting in fatigue, almost about to sprawl out in their weariness. Even if they were all celestials, they could not bear such expense, but for the sake of their lives, they had no choice but to expend themselves time after time. Those that had alchemical pills ingested them with all their might. Even if they could only recover just a bit of origin power, it was better than nothing. 800, 900, 1000. The massive waves came endlessly. Someone collapsed due to exhaustion. He had directly passed out. In this way, the pressure on those that were left naturally increased greatly as they would have to cover up for the shortage of that one person. 1200, 1400. Continuously, there would be people collapsing, not just at this formation eye but also at the other formation eyes. At first, Ling Han wanted to have the Empress and the others come out to give a hand, but he immediately dismissed the idea because there was too much of a gap. The three women would only be like a cup of water poured on a burning cart of firewood, completely incapable of causing any change to the present situation. Furthermore, this was still because there was an ascending origin tier great elite who had been resisting the tides at the ship's bow. If it were not for the fact that he had dispelled a portion of the power of the waves, this massive ship would have long since been dismantled. Boom, 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 crack. After about 1,500 massive waves crashed down on them, this large ship had also reached its limits and shattered loudly. Instantly, everyone was sent flying. Dive to the seabed and you all are guaranteed not to die, that ascending origin tier elite shouted loudly. Everyone hurriedly dived because the crest of the next wave was already rapidly approaching. 30 meters? Not enough. 300 meters? Still not enough. 3,000 meters? Just barely. Some had not managed to dive to this depth in time, and when the massive wave swept over, they were instantly crushed into mush. The crest of a wave that contained ascending origin tier level power was really too terrifying. And the silver lining of all this was that this was only power at the ascending origin tier. If it had been at Celestial King tier, then all of them would only have been instantly obliterated. None of them dared to surface. On the contrary, they all tried their best to dive deeper. The deeper they dived, the safer they naturally would be. 1 day, 3 days, 10 days. After a total month, this bout of tsunami waves had finally slowed down. It had slowed down but not stopped. The might of the tsunami waves had already dropped to the severing mundane tier in level, but their coverage had widened instead. Furthermore, there was no rhythm to it at all. One moment they would be coming from their left and the next they would come from their right, and at another moment they would come from below them. In this way everyone had been separated. Ling Han surfaced from the sea, and saw that there were merely 7 people around him. Coincidentally, Qin Wei, who had brought him on board, was also among these 7 people. Casting his eye further, Ling Han realized that there were also a few people very far away, but this number was much smaller than the initial number that had been on the large ship. Clearly, the majority had been pushed by the tsunami waves to a very far distance. Ling Han got hold of a piece of broken deck. The boundless sea was very unique. Swimming in it would be extremely straining. Unless there was no other option, no one wanted to waste the effort. The others did the same. Because there were not enough pieces of deck, some people would be sharing a piece between the two of them. Gradually, people gathered over, and when true peace had returned, there were only a total of 34 people there. The whereabouts of the others were unknown. They might have died or they might have gathered to become a second large group. It was not that there was no ship, but to travel in the boundless seas, a special ship was needed, or they would very easily be sunk by the large waves. Thus no one would waste a ship. They simply sprawled themselves out on the deck, going with the flow of the water and waves. To depend on one's effort to swim to the ends of the boundless sea was really just empty words. What everyone could hope for was that another merchant ship would pass by, and take them on board. Ling Han had another hope, and that was Lu Herong. By now, she had to be looking for Hunyo everywhere, and finding him naturally meant finding Hunyo as well. After a few days, a strong wind began to blow on the seas. It was indescribably strong, causing everyone to ride on the waves, their speed even faster than they had been when they were on the ship. 7 days later, a dark shadow appeared ahead of them. "It can't be a Sea King class, right?" someone asked shakily. "That would be too terrifying. If they encountered a Celestial King tier beast, destroying them would only be a piece of cake." "No, that's an island. I think I see buildings as well." "That's great. We can recuperate for a while there. Furthermore, the trees that grow in the boundless sea can be used to build a ship. We only have to set up some simple formations for travel and we can then cross the seas." "That's right. As long as we don't meet with massive winds or waves, that would be enough." Everyone became excited and rowed strongly with their hands, heading towards the island. Chapter 2012, Ascent Route Island. Easier said than done. The island did not seem particularly distant, but in truth, it was overwhelmingly far away. After they had swum for around an hour, the island was still within sight, but it had become bigger and bigger than the initial tiny black dot it had once been. Firstly, this sea limited everyone's speed, and secondly, the island was indeed very far from them. But as the island became nearer and nearer, even those with lower cultivation levels could clearly see the structures on the island. "This island is not marked on the map," Qin Wei declared decisively. Those forces that did business on the seas would all draw maps. If they had encountered a natural disaster that could not be avoided just like now, they would swim towards the nearest island, and wait to be rescued or save themselves. And this had indeed saved their lives a considerable number of times. To these forces, the more detailed and more accurate the map was, the higher the chances of their survival in crucial times naturally were. Though they had met with a natural disaster this time, and experienced massive loss, if they could further complete the map of the Qin clan, they could still redeem a little of their losses. The coordinates of an unknown island could be sold off. Of course, this island would only be considered as a rescue station or a stopover. "I have heard that the cultivators on the seas are all very ferocious, and some say that they are in the habit of feeding on human flesh," someone suddenly spoke up in a shaking voice. "Tui, where do these rumors come from?" Immediately, someone else expressed their contempt for such lies. "These are not completely baseless rumors. The living creatures in the sea have not become intelligent, so why would cultivators on the island have evolved?" Another refuted. "Don't think of causing disturbance to the military morale." Qin Wei humphed. He was the only Immortal Palace tier in their group of 34 people, and naturally held absolute commanding power. The moment his words fell, no one else dared speak another word. "The cultivators on the seas are also people who have migrated from our mainland. Their reasons vary. The majority have been forced away by their enemies, but there is also a small minority that has come out in search of treasure." Treasure. Hearing this word, a considerable number immediately pricked up their ears. They were instantly energetic, as if they had all forgotten that they were currently bathing in the waters of the boundless seas, and even returning to land was a problem. According to legends, there are rare treasures buried in the boundless seas. Qin Wei only said these words, but he did not go into too much detail. A great many people felt an itch in their hearts, but who would dare compel an Immortal Palace tier grade elite? "Let's continue swimming." Everyone returned back to reality. Their main priority was still returning to land. If they were really trapped for endless years on a remote island, then all of them could go nuts. After another several hours, they had finally truly come close to the island. This was a very large island, its coastline as long as several hundred miles. However, in the boundless seas this was actually a small island. Some islands could even be as large as a heaven. An island that was less than the size of a star actually could not be called an island, and could only be considered a slightly larger reef. No wonder this island has never been discovered in millions and millions of years, even if it is only over a dozen days away from the usual sea routes. As it turns out, it is too small. Qin Wei nodded. However, what was valuable about islands was that they could provide shelter, especially when large tsunami waves were wreaking havoc. Ships would only have the risk of capsizing, but islands would not need to worry about this problem, because they had already existed here for endless years. If they had been going to be sunk, they would have sunk a long time ago. Amidst the water moving, they were already pushed onto the coast, all of them completely exhausted. When they had tried their hardest to power the formation, they had already expended their origin power fully, and they had not had any time to recover after that. Instead, they had to resist the waves still and swim all this way. It should be known that the waves here in the boundless sea were not the slightest bit gentle, being capable of becoming a great problem even for dividing soul tiers. Thus, the moment they landed, the majority of them were sprawled out in exhaustion, and felt a joy that came from getting a new lease on life. Now that they had landed on the coast, they really were safe. Qin Wei was an immortal palace tier, so he naturally was much better than the rest. His figure rose up and he surveyed this island from a higher spot. It was only several hundred miles in diameter, and for an immortal palace tier elite, seeing it completely was only the matter of an instant. Hi's figure soon descended back down. With a frown he announced, "The islanders are here." Those that were still lying on the ground and panting felt their hearts jolt. What kind of attitude did these islanders have? If they were weak, then it was fine. No matter what ideas they had, there was no need for them to give any regard. However, what if the other side's strength was close to theirs, or even enough to overwhelm them? Then they would have to pray that the other party bore no malice towards them. The island was very small. Thus, in just a short while, 3 people arrived by walking on air. These 3 people were all youths, 2 men and a woman. The 2 men were extremely handsome, each having their own unique traits. One was rough and manly while the other was delicate. Meanwhile, the woman was extremely lovely and incredibly alluring. "Why have you come to our Ascent route island, everyone?" the man with delicate features asked. "We encountered tsunami waves and have drifted here. Please provide us shelter for a few days. When we cut down some trees and build a ship, we will then leave," Qin Wei said without taking the other lightly. Ling Han's eyes swept over them, and a hint of surprise was revealed in his eyes. He had a feeling that these 3 young people were very strong. They might be no match for him, but they should have Earth Soul level battle prowess, or even be slightly stronger than that, but the problem was that he really had no way to estimate the cultivation levels of these 3 youths. Not one of them. To estimate the cultivation level of another, ordinarily one would have to be superior by a major tier, so it was very normal that Ling Han could not tell. But the anomaly lay in how he could not even sense if the other was severing mundane tier or dividing soul tier. This was like, the 3 of them had never cultivated before. Right, that was the feeling. But this was completely impossible because his instincts told him that these 3 people were not weak. Strange, too strange. "Oh, I see." The delicate-featured man nodded. "I can now welcome everyone's arrival on behalf of my master. Please come and take some rest at our humble abode, and wash away the dirt of your travels. We can speak later about the matter of your leaving." "Many thanks." Qin Wei nodded. "I am Xiao Jun," the man with delicate features introduced himself. "This is my junior brother Luo He. And this is my junior sister, as well as the only daughter of my master Lan Ruaji." Qin Wei also introduced himself, and vaguely related their experience of meeting with the tsunami waves, causing Xiao Jun and his party to be emotionally stirred. They expressed that this kind of tsunami waves were very rare, and they had not seen many such waves even in their lives of several million years. This caused a considerable number to be stunned. The 3 of them were clearly very strong, but they had actually just cultivated for a few million years. Inconceivable, really too inconceivable. "May I ask what your cultivation levels are?" Ling Han could not help but ask. This question was continuously winding around in his heart, and he had to speak his mind. "Ling Han, how could you be so abrupt?" Immediately, someone reprimanded him. The locals were willing to take them in and were planning to be hospitable to them, and he actually asked them such a private matter. If they were angered and cast their whole group out, what were they to do? If they were weak, then it would be fine, but from the looks of things now, they were not the slightest bit weak. "That's right. How could you ask this kind of question at the first meeting?" Someone agreed. "This is just a person that had fallen into dire straits and we had taken him on board. He actually does not have much of a relation with us." Another person began to draw a clear dividing line between them and Ling Han. Chapter 2013, Invitation to Battle from the Natives. Ling Han couldn't help but shake his head internally. When they had encountered disaster on the seas, everyone could still share their joys and sorrows together, but now that they were saved and had escaped, each of them showed their selfish nature. Forget it. Since you all have no wish to continue sharing the same boat, I too will no longer care for your life or death. Ling Han waved a hand dismissively and smilingly said, since you people do not want to stick together anymore, this is where we part then. Ling Han, you really are an ungrateful guy, someone rebuked. Lord Qin kindly allowed you to board, yet you do not have the slightest feeling of gratitude. You really are a beast. That's right. This is too inhumane. I am ashamed to be in the same party as you. Everyone rebuked him, and even Qin Wei showed an expression of disgust. Ling Han was shocked. He had indeed been taken in by Qin Wei, and this was a fact. But at the time they had an agreement. He had not boarded the ship as a guest, but would rather help in powering the formation and provide power for the large ship. This was a fair transaction. Moreover, when the tsunami had taken place, had he not done his best? It could be said that without his all-out efforts, the large ship possibly couldn't have even held out until the final tsunami wave, and would have long since shattered. Then, just how many people would have been able to stand here and criticize him now would be a question that was left unanswered. On the other hand, Ling Han possessed the Black Tower, so there was no need for him to worry at all about life-threatening danger. Talking about ingratitude, these people were the truly ungrateful ones. Ling Han did not speak further. Since they had endured calamity together, he did not bother to lower himself to the level of these people, but had also drawn a clear dividing line between himself and these people. From now onwards they were no longer the slightest bit related to him. It's all right. It's all right. Instead it was Xiao Jun that smiled and played mediator. My master obtained a treasure that had been left behind by an ancient great elite, and cultivated a unique cultivation technique, and traveled another path. That is why everyone cannot distinguish our cultivation levels. Ancient great elite, unique cultivation technique. Everyone immediately became excited by these few words, and couldn't help but recall what Qin Wei had said. There were treasures hidden in the boundless seas. It looked like the master of these three people had obtained a rare treasure. Anything that involved the ancient era meant that it was powerful. The three of us are the equivalent of Yang soul, Luo he continued. Oh. Everyone nodded. Yet Ling Han's heart shuddered. Yang soul tier. But going by his instincts, these three possessed the battle prowess of Earth Soul at least, and he trusted his instincts very much. Then there was only one possibility left. These three people were all monarch tiers. 3 monarch tiers had appeared at the same time on a tiny island. Was this even possible? Ling Han thought that the chances of this were very small, but how could the abnormal strength of these three people be explained otherwise? Strange. Come this way. Xiao Jun and the others deliberately slowed their steps so that everyone could easily survey the scenery as they passed. The trees here were very tall, but they were all a myriad of colors and very beautiful. After walking for about an hour, they finally arrived in front of the structure that they had previously glimpsed. This was an ancient castle and should have existed for many, many years. The walls of the ancient castle were covered with moss, exuding the aura of age that came with time. Please. Everyone had thought that it would only be Xiao Jun and the others that were residing here in this ancient castle, but they had not thought that there was really a considerable number of people present. There were men and women, old and young, and they were all cultivators. However, just like Xiao Jun and his group, no matter how strong they were, their cultivation level could not be identified. Though the others also thought this was strange, they did not take it to heart. That was because Xiao Jun had previously said that their master had obtained an ancient cultivation technique, taking a different path. In that case, it was very normal that they could not distinguish their cultivation levels. Ling Han meanwhile was even more curious. That was because he saw the 2 stone statues that were placed on either side of the doors when he entered through the great doors of the ancient castle. Those were 2 human figures, but wings sprouted from their backs, while their feet were like the hooves of oxen, and there was a long tail that trailed behind them as well, with horns growing from their foreheads. This kind of creature. Ling Han had never seen such before. Was it really as simple as having cultivated an ancient cultivation technique? The people inside the ancient castle were all very cordial. When they saw Ling Han and his group enter, they all rushed over and greeted them. Some took out food and wine, inviting them to be guests at their homes. Haha, guests should suit the convenience of the host and just relax, Xiao Jun said. Master is presently in seclusion. He may occasionally come out of seclusion and then I will inform him. Perhaps Master would be very willing to receive all these guests. Everyone nodded. It was already very kind that the islanders were willing to provide them with temporary shelter. Whether the main host was willing to grant them an audience naturally depended on his mood. They did not dare be impudent either. There were a few people in the ancient palace that had frightening auras. Even if their cultivation level was not clear, they could feel that they were extremely strong, and should be comparable to a mortal palace tier. Everyone had finally settled down. However, Xiao Jun had said that everything on the island belonged to the island master, who was also their master. Without obtaining the agreement of the island master, they could not take a single blade of grass or a twig from the island. Thus, everyone could not cut down trees to build a ship now, and could only silently wait for the island master to speak. However, a few days later Xiao Jun once again appeared. It was still the three youths together, and they invited all the outsiders over as guests. With an invitation from the host, what more when they had something to ask of the other, they naturally could not refuse. Everyone arrived at the training ground of the ancient castle at the time agreed upon. Xiao Jun and his group were not the only people here. There were also a great many residents of the ancient castle here, but everyone was separated on two clearly different sides. Honestly, the training ground was not big, and there were only about 100 spectators' seats. However, the sparring area of the training ground used regulations of space. It looked small but was actually huge, so there was no need to worry that the fighters could not go into full swing due to limits of space. Everyone sat down and maids served fragrant tea to them, so their reception was quite thoughtful. "Brother Xiao, has the island master spoken?" Qin Wei couldn't help but ask. He had the highest cultivation level out of their party of survivors, and was also a member of the Qin clan, so he had full reason to lead everyone back onto the mainland. Thus, what he was most concerned about was also the matter of their return. Xiao Jun shook his head and said, "Lord Qin, don't be anxious. My master is presently comprehending a technique, and without his approval, none of us would dare disturb him without permission, so please stay here for some time longer." Qin Wei could only shut his mouth at this, and suppress the anxiety in his heart. "Brother Xiao, why have you invited us here today?" someone who was rasher immediately asked. Luo he smiled and said, "All of us are cultivators and we have stayed overseas for a long time, being overly subjective and disregarding the outside world. Thus, we would like to have a spar with all of you so we can also be made aware of our own inadequacies." Hearing these words, everyone showed an expression of pride. That was natural. You people had only obtained an ancient technique, but how could a single ancient technique be enough? The strength of cultivators would also be affected by celestial techniques, as well as battle experience, his own natural talent and other such factors. In any case, being overly subjective and disregarding the outside world definitely would not do. If you could not overwhelm your opponent with your superior cultivation level, you would definitely be no match in a battle of equal cultivation levels. I am Feng Dang and my cultivation level should be equivalent to the 4th severance. Which of you are willing to spar with me? A youth jumped out, his hair flying gracefully, having a kind of wild charm. "I will." A person also leaped out from Qin Wei's party, but he was no young man. Instead, he was a middle-aged man that looked to be in his early 50s. However, in the celestial realm, age was definitely no issue, as long as they could bear up against the immortals' tribulation. "Please?" Feng Dang raised his clasped hands and immediately charged out. Puh. A figure streaked past, and Feng Dang was the only person that was standing where he had once stood. Instant victory. Chapter 2014, completely one-sided. Everyone had not even prepared themselves for it, and the battle had already ended. So fast. No, how could a battle of equal cultivation levels end so quickly? The opposing side had to have concealed his cultivation level, and used his superior cultivation level of dividing soul tier to suppress his opponent. But when they thought back carefully, they discovered that this theory was off too. Though they cultivated different cultivation techniques, the cultivation level would be clear the moment an attack was launched. Even though Feng Dang's actual cultivation level was still quite vague, it was definitely not the dividing soul tier, and they could confirm that fact. It was possible that he was a king tier, and was invincible among his peers. Everyone suppressed the shock in their hearts. After all, they were only a group of sailors and merchants, so how could there be king tiers among them? What king tier would come out to be a sailor or a merchant? "I am Lu Yi, and my cultivation level is also the equivalent of 4th severance. Please. Another young man from the side of the ancient castle leaped out. Let me. Puh. One person from Qin Wei's party had just leaped out when he was sent flying with a single punch. He was completely no match for his opponent. This time, everyone on Qin Wei's side was moved. Could king tiers appear one after another like this? Looking closely at Feng Dang and Lu Yi, the aptitude of these two people really could not be considered all that impressive. What king tier did not have an amazing skeletal structure? In that case, they were not king tiers, nor did they have an advantage in cultivation level, so why did they possess stronger battle prowess? There was only one answer. The cultivation technique they cultivated was too powerful. Was that really the case? I am at Yang Soul tier and I would like to seek guidance. Someone from Qin Wei's side leaped out, issuing a challenge to the ancient castle's side. I am Mo Han. A young man walked out, strikingly handsome and having a kind of might that could ensnare others. My cultivation level is equivalent to 5th severance. 5th severance. When these words were spoken, a great many people on Qin Wei's side looked puzzled and blank. 5th severance. What was the 5th severance? Wasn't the 4th severance the end of the line for the severing mundane tier? So where did this 5th severance come from? However, there were also some people that looked disbelieving, so stunned that their heads were about to explode. That was a monarch tier. Ling Han's eyes also lit up, the confusion in his eyes becoming more pronounced. Taking Xiao Jun and his group into account, that would be 4 monarch tiers. How did monarch tiers appear in the Eastern Celestial Realm? Accumulation through numbers. Using a population of 100 million as the basis, only a single monarch tier would be born, and merely having the aptitude of a monarch tier was not enough. Without a celestial king tier level background which provided benefits such as the natural peach seal, how would he survive the heavenly tribulation of 5th severance? Could it be that there was a celestial king on this island? The population here was clearly pitifully few, yet 4 monarch tiers had actually appeared amongst them. This was not logical. Furthermore, just what the heck was the cultivation technique they cultivated? Ling Han thought back carefully, and suddenly a sense of familiarity rose up in him. He felt that he seemed to have seen the way these people fought somewhere else before, but no matter how much he tried to remember, it did not seem to match anything in his memories either. Puh. On the other side, Mo Han had also begun fighting with the person from Qin Wei's side, and similarly had solved the issue with a single move. This was very normal. In terms of cultivation level, 5th severance was equivalent to Yang Soul, and those that could advance to this cultivation level were all monarch tiers, and could be invincible even with a gap of 2 levels. Then wasn't it very normal that they could win instantly with a single move? The spars continued. In a battle of equal cultivation levels, the ancient castle's side had an absolute advantage, and even if they were weaker by 1 or even 2 minor levels, the ancient castle's side could still manage to win. This gap in power was really astonishingly wide. Those on Qin Wei's side all lowered their heads, their faces flushed red. Just now they had thought themselves infallible, and thought that the people in the ancient castle were all overly subjective and disregarded the outside world, so their strength definitely would be very poor. But once they fought, they found out that every member of the opposing side was a fierce fighter, which naturally caused them much embarrassment. I really had not expected that everyone's strength would be so, hee, Xiao Jun said smilingly, wanting to say something, but hesitated at the end. However, everyone clearly understood the meaning that he wanted to express. And that was, you are all too weak. And you said that you would show us your skills? Yet each one of you are weaklings, not one capable of being a qualified match. These words caused their heads to dip even lower. A hint of mockery flashed through Xiao Jun's eyes and he continued, Master has no intention of hiding secrets, so I am willing to share the cultivation technique that we cultivate with all of you. What? Hearing these words, everyone raised their heads, their faces filled with disbelief. Techniques would not be taught easily, and this was the ancient rule. To say nothing of an outsider, even with their own people such as father and son, that core secret technique could not be taught easily. Continuing with the example, a father would have to be sure that this son was worthy of being nurtured. For example, in a great clan, only a limited number of core clansmen would be able to cultivate the highest grade of cultivation technique, while the others would cultivate something that was slightly inferior. In any sect or clan that was the case. Only the minority or even a single person could cultivate the highest level of cultivation technique. But now, Xiao Jun actually said that he would take out the cultivation technique that they cultivated and share it with all of them. Everyone exchanged looks and thought that they had heard wrongly. Was there really anyone that kind in this world? Actually, our cultivation technique is very simple. What is most important is to lend power, Xiao Jun said without concern. We believe in a deity of this heaven and earth, and only need to sincerely ask for his help during battle, and he would be able to bestow endless might on us. Are there any volunteers? We can try it out on the spot, and I guarantee that your battle prowess will immediately increase several-fold or even tenfold. This filled many people with disbelief. Merely with them believing in a deity, their battle prowess would directly soar to as much as tenfold. I will. One of them jumped out. Believing was fine. If it was useless, then he could just give up the faith. Xiao Jun pulled that person over with a smile, and whispered into his ears for a while. It was really just a short while, and that person skeptically walked to the training grounds and said, "Little Hai, come and spar with me. The two of us are close in strength and we have frequently sparred. Whether my strength has increased or otherwise, it would become clearest after a spar with you." All right. A person from Qin Wei's party jumped out. The two of them began to fight, exchanging blows, and it was completely indiscernible which of them was stronger. It was useless. Believe in the deity, Xiao Jun spoke up, his voice slow and unhurried. That person from before suddenly became serious, his mouth muttering words. It was not known what he was saying. All of a sudden he became stronger and began to beat down on his opponent. Then he became stronger and stronger, his battle prowess having increased 4 to 5 times. Fuck, it really was doable. Everyone was stunned to the point of speechlessness. This was practically even better than ingesting celestial pills. You only had to believe in a deity, and your battle prowess would increase a good few times. One could not believe this but would also incredibly long for this. Young Master Xiao, can I cultivate this cultivation technique? That's right. Can I too? A considerable number immediately called out, their faces incredibly excited. No wonder there were so many king tiers and emperor tiers here. In fact, there were even a good number of monarch tiers here. So that was why. Xiao Jun showed a smile and said, Master has never cherished his own skill to coerce others. With the intention of benefiting the whole world, he is willing to share the unique cultivation technique with everyone. Hold on. A soft exclamation rang out and Ling Han stood up. He leaped into the arena. My fists are itching as well and I would like to spar. Just now, he had finally recalled why he would think that there was something familiar about the movements of those in the ancient castle. He remembered when he had been in the ancient realm, he had once entered into a mystery realm. There was a mysterious river flowing there, and there were a considerable number of tribes along the banks of the river. These people were all cultivators, yet belonged to a completely different system of cultivation. They did not cultivate regulations, or rather they did not cultivate the regulations of this heaven and earth. Their power originated from that mysterious river. Ling Han had once traced the river to its source, but he could not venture there. Only Xiaogu went, and a massive battle had broken out. In the end, Xiaogu had returned with injuries. This was exactly the same. Chapter 2015, Danger. Previously, Ling Han had not managed to recall it because those people from the ancient realm were too weak, and there was no possible comparison between the two. It was only now that he felt some kind of strange change taking place in those two statues by the doors, transmitting an amazing power to the person inside the arena, and only then did realization dawn on him. Clearly, everyone in the ancient castle was more covert when they borrowed power, or rather more proficient, and Ling Han was unable to sense it right until that newbie made an attempt just now, which finally allowed Ling Han to capture some traces of it. This was a completely new system of cultivation, but was also a system of cultivation that Xiaogu despised to the extreme. Ling Han did not know the people here, but he knew Xiaogu, so he was naturally on Xiaogu's side. Furthermore, the methods of Xiao Jun and his party practically could not be more evident. It was a pretense that they were asking them for a spar, while the truth was that they were showing off their own strength, and thus tempting all of them to cultivate that so-called technique with them. There were indeed kind people in this world. This was a fact that Ling Han admitted, but was there anyone so kind that would take out his own cultivation technique to share with others, and furthermore, a group of complete strangers whose origins they had completely no idea about at that? This Ling Han did not believe. No matter what, he did not believe it. If something was too unusual, there had to be something off about it, and added with Xiao Gu's dislike, he naturally was going to stir up trouble. Aren't you guys showing off your superior strength? Then I will be the one to beat down on you people, and let's see who's stronger then. This brother does not believe in our strength? Xiao Jun asked calmly. You should be in the dividing soul tier, right? Young Master Xiao, this person has no relation to us. That's right, we have drawn a clear dividing line between him and us a few days ago. Please don't allow him to be a reason for ruining our amicable relations. Those from Qin Wei's side all clamored, fearing that Xiao Jun would suddenly change his mind, and say that he would not teach them the secret technique that could allow them to become powerful in an instant. Meanwhile, Ling Han smiled faintly and said, I am presently at the late stage of Yang Soul. In terms of cultivation level, you are a match for my junior brother. Xiao Jun turned his head and looked at Luo He. Junior brother, you go and spar with this brother. All right. Luo He stepped out and leaped into the arena. Ling Han raised his clasped hands. In polite courtesies, he made no mistake and made no mention at all of the fact that he had once seen this kind of cultivation system before. I am Ling Han. Brother Ling, please. Luo He raised his clasped hands, seeming very humble, but there was a hint of contempt in his gaze. Ling Han strode out and did not use any kind of movement technique. He merely strode out rapidly, quickly approaching Luo He. Luo He scoffed internally. His opponent was going to be serious right from the very first move, and make it a close-quarters battle? He was filled with utter and complete disdain for these people of the celestial realm. All the expressions on his face were merely an act. See if I won't beat you up with just a single punch. He raised his fist. Boom, with a wave, there was no light of regulations or a single flicker of any great Tao seals, yet the attack carried an incredibly terrifying suppressive might. This was a completely different system of cultivation. Ling Han smiled faintly. Who cares what system of cultivation you cultivate? In the end, it's all down to battle prowess. He clenched his right hand into a fist and then launched a punch. Without any kind of technique and without any kind of logic, it was just a simple forceful punch. Pum. The punch landed, and Luo He's figure turned into a tiny black dot, crashing into the wall of the training ground. Thankfully, this place was deliberately used for the purpose of battle, and was a different space. Otherwise, he would definitely have caused great damage with his collision with the wall. Even so, Luo He's whole person had still sunk into the wall. He coughed continuously, his face astonishingly pale. His complete silence fell. Everyone was looking at Ling Han with a stunned expression. The people of the ancient castle were stunned because they were sure that they were invincible in a battle of equal cultivation levels. Even if they were a minor level weaker, they could still turn the situation around. But now, in a battle of equal cultivation levels, Luo He could not even withstand a single blow from Ling Han. This was something they could not accept. And those people on Qin Wei's side were even more shocked. They had spent a longer time with Ling Han, but all of them had thought he was just an ordinary Yang Soul tier. Now that they had suddenly witnessed his true might, this was practically inconceivable to them. A considerable number of people wanted to stomp and pound their chests in frustration. Previously, they had actually drawn a clear dividing line between themselves and Ling Han. It should be known that this man was a monarch tier. What was a monarch tier? Only a prodigy that was destined to become a celestial king could be called a monarch tier. They were overwhelmed with regret. Previously, they had endured a calamity together, and this was the best chance for them to nurture a friendship, yet it was they themselves that had spoilt this completely. Pigs, they really were as extraordinarily stupid as pigs. Brother Ling is indeed very strong. Xiao Jun showed a hint of seriousness, withdrawing the contempt that had existed all this while in his eyes. Being able to defeat Luo He with a single blow, this was powerful strength. Let me try. He stepped out. He was a minor level higher than Luo He, and could also defeat Luo He with a single strike. Otherwise, he definitely would not be asking for his own humiliation. Come then, Ling Han said calmly. His motive was very simple, and that was to make sure everyone knew that there was no need to believe in that so-called deity. The Tao of the celestial realm was also wide-ranging and profound, and was worth their diligent study. Xiao Jun leaped into the arena, and assumed an offensive stance. Please? Please? The two of them spoke at the same time, and then launched an offensive towards the other. Boom, boom, boom. The moment they clashed, both released powerful moves, holding no reservations at all. To Xiao Jun he had to re-establish the powerful name and invincible reputation of the deity, so he naturally had to defeat Ling Han as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Ling Han wanted to set things right. Similarly, he wished to defeat his opponent to show that he was right. Destroy this place if you can. Small Tower suddenly piped up. And? Ling Han paused. He had indeed wanted to ruin Xiao Jun and his group's conspiracy, but had not planned to destroy them. There are rules in the heaven and earth. This kind of completely different system of cultivation can be considered a challenge to or even a betrayal of the heaven and earth. And when there are many people who cultivate this kind of cultivation technique, it could even shake the regulations of heaven and earth, causing this whole space to collapse, Small Tower explained. That serious? Ling Han frowned. At first, he purely wanted to cause trouble, but if it really involved the survival and continued existence of this space, then everyone had a duty to act. He gave and asked, the system of cultivation here should be the same as what we saw at the ancient realm. Why didn't you say this at that time? Are you an idiot? Small Tower said in disdain. At that time, just how much of my memory had recovered? How could I have possibly known this? Right, no matter what, it was in the right. In any case, it was fine as long as Ling Han knew the proud Tower's temper, and there was no need to take it to heart. All right, then he just beat this guy up first. Ling Han roared and unleashed his full battle prowess. Instantly, his power increased over tenfold. Just now he had been distracted and conversed with Small Tower. This naturally affected his battle prowess, and now once he was making an all-out effort, it was like he was a changed person. Everyone watched with captivated eyes. Those who were weaker in strength could not even catch sight of the two fighters. What more distinguished which of the two of them had the upper hand at present? But those who were passable in strength all showed expressions of shock. Previously it was Xiao Jun who had the upper hand, but later it was like Ling Han had been pumped full of adrenaline. All of a sudden he had become indescribably strong, and it was he now that was beating down on Xiao Jun. Meanwhile, Luo He's and Lan Ruaji's expression were filled with disbelief. In their eyes, Xiao Jun was an invincible prodigy, yet now, even when he was at an advantage in terms of cultivation level, he was actually still incapable of restraining Ling Han. Instead, he had now fallen into a disadvantage. Impossible. How could this be? Chapter 2016, Belief. Those on the ancient castle's side all paled in great shock. They were filled with absolute confidence in the cultivation technique they cultivated and the deity that they worshipped, and reality had also proven that their system of cultivation was really superior and noble uncountable times. Did you think that Ling Han and his group were the first people to come to this island? You would be wrong. Who knew how many batches of people had come here? But after they had arrived here, there had never been any who left. But now, an outsider whose cultivation level was inferior to Xiao Jun could actually beat down on Xiao Jun. It should be known that Xiao Jun was the best in terms of natural talent among them. If even Xiao Jun would be defeated, then there would be no one capable of being a match for Ling Han in the same cultivation level. This had overturned the superiority complex that they had maintained for all this while, and also caused a sliver of crack to appear in their confidence, shaking the belief that they had in their deity. Xiao Jun roared furiously, trying his best to turn his disadvantageous position around, but all that was merely wasted effort. Ling Han was simply stronger than he was. Though he was not very much stronger when one had reached the level they had, how could they afford the slightest gap? When the battle had progressed to close to 1,000 exchanges, Ling Han shot out a kick. Peng Xiaojun was sent flying and crashed solidly into the wall. Brother Ling is indeed strong. Xiaojun rubbed the discomfort in his chest and forced out a smile. Ling Han smiled faintly and replied, "Good battle." He did not listen to Small Tower's words and directly killed the man, because this was the latter's territory. There were a good number of Immortal Palace tier-level elites alone, and that island master that had been in seclusion all this while was even likely to be an ascending origin tier. If he killed anyone, that would mean turning completely hostile without any way out. Hearing Xiao Jun admit defeat personally, those on the ancient castle's side all broke into a commotion. The deity that they had believed in all this while practically crumbled in an instant, and they could not accept it. Xiao Jun was unconcerned, however. Instead, the smile on his face became even more pronounced as he said, Brother Ling's natural talent in cultivation is really astonishing, and if Brother Ling is willing to switch to cultivating the vein of cultivation technique of my master, I can guarantee that Brother Ling's strength will improve to another level. When everyone heard this, they all nodded. Just now, that other person had just believed in some deity, and his battle prowess had improved 4 to 5 times all of a sudden. If the same logic was applied on Ling Han, just how strong would he be by then? And also precisely because of this, the people on the ancient castle's side also recovered their confidence quickly. That was right. What conflict did Ling Han being strong have with their deity being strong? As long as Ling Han was willing to switch to believing in their god, Ling Han would be able to become even stronger. Then didn't that mean that there was not the slightest bit of mistake in their choice? Seeing the increasingly heated gazes all around him, Ling Han couldn't help but shake his head. Looks like all his actions previously had been wasted effort. Firstly, these people were too captivated, and secondly, Xiao Jun's adaptability was extremely impressive. Otherwise, he only had to fly into a humiliated anger, and it would deepen the doubts in everyone's hearts. The situation would definitely not have been like it was now. Interesting. He was a good opponent. A smile appeared at the corners of Ling Han's lips. Those small tower's words were very frightening, to actually be able to shake the foundations of the heaven and earth. Who knew how many people were needed to cultivate this cultivation technique to be able to accomplish that? As for merely those 30-odd people gathered here, no more than a drop in the ocean. Then he'd just play and cause a great disturbance. The best scenario would be waiting until Lu Herong came here, and sweeping this entire place over with a single push. To those who stayed in this heaven and earth, the people of the ancient castle were akin to vermin that would affect the existence of the heaven and earth. Though it was now a majestic tower, and was definitely not something that a few bugs could damage if these bugs were not quickly stomped on, who knew how far they would develop? Just like the 30-plus people today being bewitched by Xiao Jun and his group, how many of them would throw themselves into these welcoming arms? This kind of poisonous vermin should be eliminated immediately. Young Master Xiao, please teach us the celestial technique, someone called out shamelessly. Please teach the celestial technique. Even more people called out. A slightly proud expression appeared on Xiao Jun's face. A situation that could have possibly been complete chaos had returned to the original course with just a few words from him, and even he could not help but want to cheer for himself. There is no need to rush. My master has a great wish to teach the technique to the world, and definitely would not keep the treasure to himself, he said with a slight smile, seeming extremely sincere. This touched the outsiders incredibly, and they felt that the island master was really the kindest and most benevolent person in this world, being willing to teach a supreme cultivation technique without any reservations. There was definitely no other person that could be as generous as that. Ling Han smirked internally. At first, he had been curious why Xiao Jun was so determined to teach the cultivation technique of his master, but through Small Tower's explanation, Ling Han now knew that this was an invasion. Once it succeeded, to the entire celestial realm, no, to the celestial realm, ancient realm and all other small worlds, it would be an absolute calamity. And going by that logic, the explanation of their island master being presently in seclusion, and thus unable to decide whether to allow them to cut trees, was actually a falsehood. Their motive was merely to prevent them from leaving the island. Those that are willing to cultivate this cultivation technique, please come with me, Xiao Jun announced loudly. Immediately, practically everyone followed behind him. Aside from Ling Han. Ling Han was stunned. Even Qin Wei had fallen for it. Very soon the people here had all left. Aside from Ling Han, only Lan Ruaji, this delicate and bewitching woman, was still seated in a graceful position. Her arms were stretched out and placed on the chair's backrest, causing her breasts to become even more pronounced. A smile appeared at her lips, while her alluring eyes were filled with challenge. Ling Han was unlike the others who were easily hooked. This spiked her interest. She wanted to personally pull Ling Han over to their side, and once she succeeded, she would have her 17th consort. That was right. She enjoyed playing with men, and any man that she had her eye on, no matter how much of a prodigy he was, would not be able to resist her charms. Young Master Ling is really so awesome. Having been here on this island for so many years, this is the first time I have seen eldest senior brother defeated in a battle of equal cultivation level, she said delicately, her voice like asterisk 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 and incredibly melodious. Ling Han smiled faintly and stated, there are about 1 or 2 dozen people like me in the Eastern Celestial Realm at least, and there would be even more in the Western Celestial Realm. Who cared whether there really was or not? He would just brag first and find out later. Meanwhile, Lan Ruaji smiled alluringly. Young Master Ling, just now eldest senior brother asked you if you were willing to join us. A supreme technique will be taught to you, so even while your cultivation level does not change, your battle prowess would increase tenfold at least. Wasn't it said that your father has the wish to spread his technique without any reservations? Why is there a need to join you? Ling Han asked smilingly. Spreading the technique is one matter, but the truly amazing part will only be taught to the innermost core portion of people. Isn't that right, young Master Ling? Lan Ruaji suddenly straightened her upper body. When she said, "Isn't that right?" she tapped her finger lightly on her breast. Underneath the tight-fitting fabric, the outline of her extremely seductive plump breasts was fully displayed. Ling Han ignored it completely. In terms of looks, there was no way she could catch up to the Empress in Hunyou. In terms of bearing, the Empress left her behind in her dust. In terms of allure, bewitching Maiden Ro was completely out of her reach. Even bewitching Maiden Ro was unable to move him. What more this kind of woman? Thoughts streaked through Ling Han's mind like lightning. If he was to destroy the force on this island all alone, this was completely unrealistic. Then there were only two paths laid out in front of him. First, wait for Lu Herong to arrive and then destroy this place. Second, he could feign civility with them first, and then take the chance to build a ship and leave. Then he could come back later to destroy this place. Whichever the case, he could not immediately turn hostile with them at present. Thus, Ling Han thought for a moment and said, "On the contrary, I am slightly interested now." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.